Welcome everybody to our City Council regular meeting. The date's September 21st, the time is 7. Bienvenidos a todos a nuestra junta concejal el día de hoy, el 21 de septiembre, el tiempo es 7. Por favor, everybody please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. Everybody please remain standing for a moment of silence for our military members and first responders.
This is Joseph Smith, architect.
Thank you. Monica, can we get a roll call? Everybody on the phone, can you please mute your devices?
This is Joseph Smith, architect.
Roll call. Councilmember Soto?
Present.
Councilmember Moran?
Present.
Councilmember King?
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Garcia?
Present.
Mayor Aguilar?
Present.
For the record, council members, Mayor Pro Tem and Mayor are in attendance.
Thank you. In regards to closed session announcements, we'll be going back to our closed session after our regular meeting, so there's nothing to report at this time. Council, any changes to the agenda?
Yes. There are a couple items in consent agenda that I like to, that I actually have.
Sorry to cut you off. If it's going to be in regards to consent agenda, under the consent agenda, we'll be able to ask those questions or pull those items under consent once we get there.
Okay, so do you want just in regards to the public hearings?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so in regards to item 12 and 13, I would like to see if it's possible to move those first to be the first items that we can have a discussion on instead of at the end of the meeting.
Council, what do you guys think? You guys want to keep it or the way it is or move it over? I know the consent agenda is just one vote, one action. What do you guys want to do?
I say just leave it as it reads on the agenda.
Anybody else? All right,
Yeah, I agree. Just leave it on the agenda as it is.
we got 3 agreeing to leave it as it is. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and move on to our citizen comments. Section of the agenda allows members of the public to address the council on any item not otherwise on the agenda. Members of the public, when recognized by myself, should come forward and identify themselves. Comments are normally limited to 3 minutes in accordance with state open meeting laws. No action will be taken by the council this evening. For items which are on the agenda this evening, members of the public will be provided an opportunity to address the council on each item as it's brought forward for discussion. Public comment? Go ahead.
Catherine Shaw Rodriguez. I want to talk a little bit about the difference between a patriot and a politician. And after that, I will have a question. A patriot will seek to correct others' errors while encouraging understanding. A politician will use these errors to shame others into submission. A patriot will accept the olive branch of apology as a path to getting to a grander solution, whereas a politician will often toss that olive branch right back into the face of apology and expect it to wallow, squirm, and grovel until the last bitter morsel of vengeance has been extracted and savored. And now, my question for the city attorney. When are we going to get an invoice for July that actually shows how many hours of work you did for that nearly $40,000 we're paying you?
I apologize for the confusion on that. I thought that the request was for our August bills and that July was already taken care of with these requests. One thing I can say is that the vast bulk majority of the legal billing for that month was due to the fact that the people proposing the recall had to do it 3 different times and had a tremendous amount of errors and cost us a lot of legal work.
How much was that done by you personally?
I didn't work
And
on the
how much
recall.
of that was done by a paralegal?
I don't know. I didn't work on the recall work myself.
So it's possible we're paying $275 an hour for the work of a paralegal.
I haven't, like I said, I haven't looked. I don't look at the billing. I do my billing and send it up to my office. I'm not the billing clerk, so I don't know. But we are going to get you redacted bills for July, detailed but redacted bills for July, and the same for August if that's requested. We got nothing to hide.
My name is Mike Torres. Well, we got the corner fixed over here finally. Now, my next question is there an answer about that RV that was on that Crow and Maine? Any police report on that?
We noticed they have till this week to get rid of it.
What was the response?
We noticed them, and they have till this week to get it moved.
They have what?
1 week to move it.
Oh, okay, fine, good. Thank you. The next question is, what's the deal on the alleys? Is there going to be any more alleys paved?
Vanessa Portillo, interim city manager. We do have a plan of having the other alleys paved. Our public works superintendent may have a list, so we can get that to you if you provide your number to our public works superintendent.
Okay. My next question is, how long or what's the work date or what's the holdup on the extension of Witten Parkway? It's been sitting there for years now. We've been doing all kind of construction around town, alleys, streets, sidewalks, and some roads, but I haven't heard anything about the extension of that Witten Parkway.
You're talking about cutting the road through from B Street to F Street? Is that the one you're talking about?
Right.
I know there has been some, Vanessa, I don't know if you want to provide some of that information.
Yes, thank you. There is a development or a developer that is interested in doing the work of providing the bridge between the exit of the freeway and the subdivision area of Witten Parkway. Right now, it is being under review by legal, the legal department. The development agreement that it's being proposed and the terms of that development agreement, it's in benefit of the city as well.
Well, couldn't you make maybe just a narrow road? It doesn't have to be the way it was planned out on the general plan.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know at one point it was proposed to have double like lanes, 2 lanes on each side. And I think that's something they're looking at, if maybe just 2 lanes and then in the future expanded. So that's something that's being looked at definitely.
The next question is, what's the progress on getting a new city manager? What's up on that?
So I could just say at this time, we're happy with our interim city manager at this time. If once we begin recruitment and if we reach to that point, we will definitely hope she would apply for the permanent position. So
But is that in progress now, or are you still waiting?
at this time, we haven't done any official posting of the position or anything like that.
Okay. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Two things. One, I want to say thank you for bringing up the idea of not having your cell phones on the podium, because we have been witnesses of Mayor Aguilar being on his phone and council member or Mayor Pro Tem Raul Garcia on his phone while citizens speak to you. So I love that idea. Thank you for bringing that up. Another thing that I want to clarify that Mr. Tom Hallinan shared that is incorrect. We haven't submitted, the recall committee has not submitted the paperwork 3 to 4 times. It was only once. And I would really appreciate that when you share the information of what or how much you're billing, that we have access to that as well, because I don't know if people know here, but we are citizens of this city and we don't have any law background. And we are going based on a booklet that we were given by the county, and anybody could follow that. It doesn't really need an attorney to go through it. So it wasn't required for the city to request the attorney's services for this. And if they did, and he's charging us a pretty good amount of money for going over 4 pieces of paper that are pretty simple that a high school graduate could go through. Thank you so much.
Okay, hi, Jose Flores, longtime community member of the city of Livingston. I just want to shed some light on something that happened today at the Board of Supervisors meeting. So today, the Board of Supervisors decided to end their fire prevention office. So the fire prevention office in Merced County provided inspections to the city of Livingston, whether it was plan reviews and stuff like that, and provided essential services that the local station did not provide. So just kind of want to, since I know that the fire department you guys are beginning the negotiations with regards to fire service in the city. Some things to take into consideration is now that there is no official fire prevention office, there's nobody that's officially qualified to perform plan reviews or inspections as required by the fire department itself. As in what I'm saying is to the state fire marshal's office, there's different tracks for training that's required. That usually for a fire inspector that has to take additional training to understand and learn what the code requirements are for different type of inspection. So if one of our engine companies does an inspection for, let's say, community care licensing, those are the residential care facilities, whether it's for elderly, children, large daycares. There's specific requirements that are needed and training that's required to understand what the requirements are for said types of items. The fire prevention office looked at our schools, apartments, fuel stations, making sure they met all the code requirements in the city to make sure that our community is safe. So with that, they also take care of a lot of our inspections for, I want to say, our residential sprinkler systems. So what would happen is a contractor would pay the city, then in turn send that over to the prevention office for the review of the plans and then the inspections. Well, now that that office is no longer there, who's going to be performing the residential sprinkler systems when the services were already paid for, but yet there is no qualified person there anymore? So those are some things to think for the future of what is the city going to do to find someone qualified to continue doing those services in our city? Because having someone that doesn't understand what the requirements are, you could go in and overlook a safety issue that may be hazardous, and then our community is the one that's going to be affected. So just that's my biggest thing. Since it did happen today, it goes in full effect within a couple of weeks. So just something to keep in mind for the future.
Thank you, sir. That's a very valid point, and it had been brought up to our attention. And I know Vanessa, we had several discussions, and thank you, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I think I picked a good night to come out here. Our volunteer Fire Chief David Bates and Jose Flores and Cal Fire folks are here. As some of you may or not know, but on August 6th, I was involved in a major accident. I was pinned between two trucks. Well, that was unfortunate, but what I come to speak on is because the sides crashed, we had Station 96, Station 41, Station 42, some others came out with a whole bunch of other fire personnel. I'm not sure where they came from. It's bad enough to be pinned in a vehicle with major injuries, but I can't emphasize enough the calming you get, the feeling everything's gonna be all right when you see the men and women show up on their turnouts. They got the word fire department on there, and even though the extraction was long and tedious, it took over 2.5 hours, our volunteers from Livingston, I saw them there. I got a lot of encouraging words, say, Paul, don't you worry, you're gonna be okay. Everybody from Atwater Fire Station, Armando and those guys, there's a whole bunch of people, I don't know their names, I know their faces, but obviously we all kind of know each other. The encouragement I got from all the volunteers, coming over there saying, hey, you're gonna be okay, even the professionals, we had the battalion chiefs there. But I just can't begin to thank them all enough for what they did for me. The council, Mr. Mayor, I know that we have talked about a second firefighters to find a way to pay for it. I can only imagine if others were had low personnel like we do in Livingston, there wouldn't be as many personnel available. So please, with everything going on, I understand, but let's get on this and see if you folks can find a way to get another firefighter in Livingston. It's a matter of working out with the county. I know they're tough, but I think we can have a meeting of the minds. So I just wanted to come out and thank you, David, Jose, Ryan, where was that, but everybody else. So I'm here because of them. And then I did take an opportunity to call them, some of them. I thought they were really doing special things for me, but no. For me, it's a lifetime, once in a lifetime event. For them, it's an everyday occurrence. To see that and then still have the humanity that they keep with them, it really speaks volumes to them. So once again, volunteer fire department, all the fire departments, thank you very much.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor, citizens of Livingston, and our emergency personnel. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to come before you with my public comments. Dear Heavenly Father, we praise your holy name. You are a great and glorious God, and you know all these hearts in this room, and you're divine. And in your word, in the Bible, it says that you direct the hearts and minds of our leaders, of our kings, like the streams in the rivers. And we ask that you would direct our leadership in said county, in the city of Livingston, in the state of California, in our national government. This has been a hard month for us, Lord, and August was a hard month. Many of us grieved when we saw the tragedy in Afghanistan and the way that President Biden pulled out and left our people behind. Our servicemen were killed, and we have Americans, our brothers and sisters, left behind that are being hurt and injured. And we have allies that came alongside us with the promise of our great nation, and they've been abandoned. And our word has been made no good. And in America, We've always been proud of how we stood for the underdog, how we took the cause, and our integrity. And during World War II, our servicemen were known for their integrity and how they did not pillage the villages and that. And I'm so ashamed. And I'm so sad. And I ask that you would prevent this from happening again, that you would raise up men and women, patriots, people that love their country, people that love their country more than their political alliances, people that love their neighbors, husbands that love their wives and wives that love their husbands, and families that love their children. Give us a community of where we teach the truth and the moral truth, not immorality as what is right. I ask that you give everyone in this wisdom. And I invite you, Holy Spirit, to come and dwell with us. Jesus, please be our unseen guest. Please convict hearts and minds. Give us the words we need to speak. Give us the peace that passes all understanding. Give us the love for our brother. And thank you that Gurpal is fine. He has opposed me every time I've come to this podium. And we finally have an agreement on the need for our fire department. And I praise you that we have come together on the agreement of one thing. But even though he has opposed me over and over again, I rejoice that he is fine. And I praise you, God. I praise your holy name. In the name of Jesus we pray. Amen.
Any other public comment?
How are you guys? Walpinder Kang, 657 Calero Court here in Livingston. Been a resident since '92. I think I know everybody on council. I have a fan, Mr. Moran, who loves to make YouTube videos of me, so I'm becoming very famous. I just have a question. Actually, I have a few questions. So in my hand, I have an investigation that was conducted in the city of Livingston sometime this year. Mr. Moran, were you involved in this investigation? I would like to walk up and show you because I don't want to be claimed to show you something or I'm just hosting a piece of paper or anything. So I'm going to walk up to you and show you. Have you seen that? I'm assuming you've seen that investigation, 22 pages. You're involved, right? Yes. There? Yes. Attorney? Yes. This investigation was actually emailed to me by the city attorney. This investigation was emailed to me by the city attorney, so I don't want you guys to believe that I falsified this or anything like that. In this investigation, it does state that Mr. Moran is found to be not credible. It means you are a liar by a third-party investigator. I'm not making it up. I would love to show anybody that would want to see this so you can see it for your own eyes. You hide behind the camera, you make false accusations. You're making all those false accusations after this investigation was done. So what I want to know is the accusations that you are making in those YouTube videos, if those are false or the accusations that you made in this report were false. Would you like to answer my question?
Sure. Thank you. And I'm not going to hide behind a microphone or a camera like you're saying. I'll be more than willing and I'll be okay if the city and the council would like to release that report to the entire community so they can make judgment for themselves.
So this investigation has only been released to two individuals, myself and the city manager. You guys are friends with the city manager. You're more than welcome to ask the city manager to release that report to any of you.
Well, you're
Jose Antonio Ramirez.
Well, what you're saying.
Can you give me my 3 minutes and then you can state your comments and yours, okay? So again, this investigation is only released to two people. I would love to show somebody. I would not send it to anybody. I'm not share it to because my attorneys are actually working on this and they will be contacting you and most likely the city attorney. Thank you. You guys have a good one.
Well, first of all, thank you, Mr. Kang, for being here today, because I hadn't seen you in quite some time. But I'll be more than happy if, I would encourage my fellow council members to actually release that investigation, actually that report of that investigation out in the community. And that is that assumption of a third party. It doesn't mean that, all I can say is that citizens can make their own judgment, and that's it. Thank you.
Can I just reply back to this gentleman? Well, actually, no, because if I do this, everybody else.
Yeah, no, thank you. No.
Your opinions are also third party.
Okay. All right. Ma'am in the back, please. Everybody, please. Okay, any other public comment at this time?
Hello, good evening, everybody. My name is Yesenia Ceja, and I'm here today to support Mayor Pro Tem Raul Garcia. I am here today to speak about my experience when I had to reach out for his help on October 16 of last year. We had an incident with two officers, which were Officer Ramirez and Officer Becerra. I've been living in the city of Livingston for the past 7 years, and I have never felt so unsafe by those who are here to protect us. On this day, these officers came knocking on our door trying to go inside our home. We asked if they had a warrant since it is the law and our right as citizens. They did not have one, so we didn't let them in. The next thing we noticed is them giving us parking tickets just because we refused to let them in. I didn't think it was fair since there were other vehicles parked incorrectly as well. When I asked Officer Ramirez why only us, he looked at me and my family laughing at us and responded with sarcasm. He literally turned around and he didn't see any other vehicles parked like that except ours. I never felt so humiliated in my entire life. I was afraid for me and my family, feeling that they would come back and be worse this time. Thankfully, I had a coworker who knows Mayor Pro Tem Raul Garcia, and I contacted her immediately, and I explained my situation to her. She spoke with Raul Garcia about my incident, and in a matter of minutes, he gave me a call back out of his work hours concerned about my situation, and right away he took action and started making calls. I had gotten a call from Chief Crisoria, and immediately they had everything resolved regarding my incident. I'm so thankful for all the help that both Mayor Pro Tem and Raul and Chief Crisoria had provided me. In the moment, I realized just because one person or officer is rude and acts unprofessional doesn't mean that everyone's the same. It's not fair for innocent people to pay the consequences of other people's actions. People like Mayor Pro Tem Raul Garcia and Chief Crisoria are what we need. So we as citizens of Livingston need to think about keeping people like Mayor Pro Tem Raul as council member. This is why I do not support the recall, because it would also cost the city of Livingston citizens thousands of dollars of their tax money, where that can be used for other programs within the city. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Council, City Manager, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, public, Chief of Police. I was born in 1976 and grew up in this small town. And ever since I've known it, it's been full of political chaos. So with that being said, I want to thank our city attorney. Thank you for being here and for putting up with this nonsense every time, and for helping our elected officials get through the course of real business and not being, moved to quit or leave, because our city really does need great leadership. We have a lot of great leaders on this council, and they need your support. So thank you very much for being here and staying with us.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Lopez. I am 25 years old, but I've been a resident of Livingston for 21 years. And what I've been seeing more and more each year, especially after I came back after moving away for 4 years, is that the city of Livingston is home to many truck drivers, including mine. I know Girl Paul Samra has a truck driving background, and I'm pretty sure people here right now have families or fathers, mothers, aunts, uncles who are truck drivers. My mother and my father have been truck drivers for over 20 years. So have an aunt and uncle.
about 80% of my family are truck drivers. Every year, I see less and less space for them. They have to park farther out and farther out. Sometimes they don't even come home because they can't find parking anymore. And what they've noticed, and what I've noticed as well, is that when they park in certain areas where there's other trucks, they happen to get tickets, but other truckers don't. And they ask themselves, why? If I only been parked here for a day and I see other truck drivers here for 2 or 3 days, there's no ticket on their window shield. But my question is, how is it that other towns, especially tourist towns, for their citizens, they offer them placards, stickers, something where they could park, leave their cars, their businesses, where they could actually have accommodation for being a citizen, for contributing their tax dollars to the city? How come we don't do that for our truckers? What is going to happen to our truckers? They're going to move farther and farther away. This town has been called the last stop. It was a train depot leaving supplies for its people. Our truckers do that for us nowadays. There's a reason why they're called the backbone of America. So what are we going to do for our backbone? If our backbone leaves our city, what's going to be left? Foster Farms has been laying off more and more people. They're outsourcing their truck drivers because they don't want to hire their own. So what are we going to do? What's going to happen? I see my mother and father not come home nights because they just don't find parking. I have an aunt and uncle who have to find parking or even have to ask for favors from people they know to leave their trucks. So what's going to happen there? I would like, hopefully next week when I come, I could have an answer as to what are we going to do about our truckers? I know a lot of people here probably have truck driving family members, and I hope that this is also a question on their minds as well. I know that there is a lot going on, especially today, but I would really hope this is taken into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Those are all great, valid questions. I like the placard idea, so we'll definitely have a discussion regarding that. Thank you. Any other comments at this time? On the phone? Okay, we have somebody in here.
Yes,
we have somebody.
Mayor.
We have somebody in here. Hold on. Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Liliana Fernandez, and I have a question to the city attorney. How much money has the city spent on this senseless recall? And how much can a recall cost to the city on average? And who pays for the recall?
I have to apologize to you as well. I don't have the exact figure on that. I just know that, as I said, I believe the bulk of that bill was related to the recall. I can't give you an exact figure, so I don't want to say. But again, that's my understanding. We'll have more answers, more definitive answers for you at the next meeting.
All right. Thank you.
Any other comments at this time? On the phone?
Yes, Mayor, this is Carl Shuttler. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and council members. I'm Randy Hatchett-Floss, your planner, and I'm the owner of Collins and Shuttler Planning Consultants. You may remember me from a little earlier this year when I presented an update of your planning permit fees, although I was on the phone at that time as well. We've served as your city planners since 2013, a little over 8 years, and it's been an honor to work with the city during that time. As you may know, Nancy will be retiring near the end of November, but it only came to my attention last Friday that it was proposed that you award the planning contract to another consultant. Unfortunately, we weren't given an opportunity to submit a proposal. Part of that may be our fault, and that we may have given the impression that we were having to leave completely, but that's not actually the case. We do have someone on our staff ready to take over from Randy. So with that in mind, I would respectfully ask you to pull this item from your consent agenda, which would allow us to submit a proposal, and then you could make a decision based on that at your next meeting. If your decision is to go with the other consultant, that's perfectly fine. We just like the opportunity to try to compete for this position. Thank you.
Anybody else on the phone? Okay, we're going to go ahead and move on to announcement and reports.
Mr. Mayor? I
Yes,
have
oh,
the
sorry.
emails.
I'm so sorry. Go ahead. We do have a letter. Go ahead.
Okay, this is from, I got an email from Dulce G. and concerned residents. It says, "Hello, council and mayor. I am a part of a group of residents of the city of Livingston who are extremely concerned about the way this recall is dividing the community of Livingston. The recall committee is made up of many people who have made themselves known to the community and surrounding areas, as well as other individuals who are part of the recall committee who we, the citizens of 10-plus years in Livingston, have no idea who they are and why they feel so entitled. We find it truly scary, and considering that a teacher, Margarita Aguilar, who is at one of our own elementary school, Campus Park Elementary to be exact, is showing this type of behavior on live broadcasting, where many of us parents and even students watch, where she uses such vulgar language and has even been seen with her partner threatening people. We as parents do not feel comfortable having this type of woman teach our youth, since who knows what she may be teaching them or the way she may be speaking to our children, since she is so prone to using obscene language and being a bully in its full on definition. As far as another member of the committee goes, Mr. Mario Mendoza, who some people may know from his affiliations with gangs and their members in Livingston, is now a member of the Merced College Board of Trustees, and he shows behavior that goes the total opposite of how a board member should present themselves to the public. The trustee participates in council meetings by threatening people, picking fights, and bringing off-topic items that have nothing to do with the city of Livingston. And while on live broadcasting, we are also very disappointed, to say the least, that Mr. Rodrigo Espinosa, being a Merced County Supervisor, has not put a halt to any of this behavior, and instead he has been seen in the background of many videos which have been broadcasted on social media, recording the threats made to the council and the disrespect towards women. For example, a union representative who was seen being attacked by our city clerk and others. This now leads us to our city clerk, Leticia Vasquez Zurita, who frankly a lot of us citizens wonder who she is. The only reason she's there in that position is because no one ran against her. She has shown her full support and participation in this recall committee. She has been seen promoting violence and instigating via social. There's more. You want me to go to the next?
I ask that you finish, please.
Okay. Instigating video, social media, live broadcasting of city council meetings, and Facebook live posts that magically end up disappearing because they don't go in her favor and show exactly how a city clerk should not behave, claiming that she is pregnant so people will let her get away with everything is her prime excuse for her horrible and embarrassing behavior, all while representing our beautiful city of Livingston as our city clerk. And we also ask ourselves, who is Councilmember Jose Moran, and why is he so entitled and invested in ruining the lives of others if he has only been a citizen of Livingston for a few years? He is the perfect example of an outsider who comes into a town and does whatever he can to gain attention and get what he wants, no matter at what cost. I am sure we are not the only LHS parents wondering why he no longer is employed by Livingston High School and has to drive all the way to Madera, an opportunity, he says, but we doubt it, by personal choice. And in regards to the elderly woman, Catherine, who is our city treasurer, if she was really doing her job instead of just stirring the pot, she would be telling the citizens of Livingston what this recall committee has done to our city and how this is going to cost our taxpayers close to $100,000 instead of them just waiting until election year to do the work that really takes to be part of any council. That's it for that email. The next one. The next one is from Paula Martinez. Raul has always been there for my family and I. He supported and helped us through it all. There were tough times that my family and I went through, but he never hesitated to help. Raul has been there for us in every way possible, whether it was to give a helping hand or needed advice. When my father was diagnosed with cancer 2 years ago, I told Raul about our situation and told him we would be leaving town for a few months to San Francisco. Raul would always check in on us because he knew he would be in and out of town with all of my father's doctor's appointments. Our worry was leaving our home behind unattended, but Raul and his family were always there to keep an eye out. He never stopped checking in on us even until this day. We now see Raul and his family like our family. They have always been great people with us, and we have nothing but respect for him. We are thankful and blessed to have met such amazing people willing to support and care for our family. All these accusations of corruption, benefiting for personal gain, and not looking for the best interests for the residents of the city of Livingston are false. Raul is not this type of person. The people behind the recall are trying to portray him as. To the residents of Livingston, this recall will cost us thousands of dollars just to play this recall group's political game for their personal interest. The November election of 2022 will be here soon, and that is when people can vote whichever way they want. So why not wait for the elections and not waste our taxpayers' money on this nonsense recall? And that's it.
Any other citizen comments? All right, we're good. Okay, we're going to move on to announcements.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Can I ask Monica's question real quick? So my understanding that there was another email that was resent that was not received last time by Mr. David Blevins. Okay, so we do have to check on that because, and I'm not saying that it's, but this is the second time, and then this time I did receive I was CC'd on it. So I'm just not sure why his email keeps on getting lost. I do have a copy of it. I'm not sure if I should read it or should we just save it until next time, until we figure out what's going on with those emails, or.
Yeah, we're going to have to check the mailbox where it's going, the email address, so we can submit it appropriately. Yeah.
And so also, Mr. Mayor, I would like to have you reconsider because you're allowing for some comments to go over 3 minutes and some comments just only 3 minutes. So if you do for one, you do for all.
The reason was because it's a letter format. It's different than an actual in person.
Brown Act, it says that
I can't speak twice, ma'am.
if you
Sorry.
allow one person, if you allow
I'm sorry,
one
you already.
person to go
I'm sorry, you already got your time.
everybody could go again twice. You know that.
No, they can't. Only if you allow it to one person, then it becomes allowed to the rest
one
of them.
person via email to go over the 3 minutes, therefore we are able to do it again. You know that.
No, it's because it was a written letter that made it different.
Mr. Mayor?
So letters can go over 3 minutes? Yes, I'll go. I just want him to answer. Letters can go over 3 minutes.
Man, let's just talk about
So, Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
All right, so normally it's either 3 minutes or 300 words, which is equally to about 3 minutes. Obviously, I mean, it's not like Monica was reading very slow. She was reading normally. And normally the standard is either 300 words or 3 minutes, whichever one comes first.
Okay.
So
what do you want to do? You want to read the other letter, or you want to?
No, I'm just asking for everyone to be fair.
We are trying to be fair.
so-
We're going to go ahead
Thank
and
you.
move on to announcements and reports. Is the supervisor here? No, he's not. We're going to go to city staff announcements and reports.
Our Public Works Superintendent is going to provide a report.
Thank you.
Good evening, council, mayor, staff, public. Just a quick update on some of the construction all over town that we have going on. We've had one of our major construction start a couple of days ago. It will be done by the end of the week on the corner of D and Main. Roof construction will be done by Thursday or Friday. The sidewalk will be completely done in that area. We also have the sewer replacement project, MID, Cal Pipeline, working on F Street between 7th, 8th Street, road closures and detours in that area. We also have the alley paving project in 5th, 6th, 7th Streets that are in conjunction and have been clustered because of the two projects in the same general area. So just be cautious when you're out there. They have moved on over to the 7th and 8th Street area. We also have the M4 construction is finishing up entryways in the alley between 8th Street and Park on the 7th and 8th and Joseph Streets. Project is moving along and should be done by October 20th. Also, we have city crews working on the Measure V projects on Park Street, 8th and Peach. Those asphalt replacements will be replaced. We have crack sealing going on, and then the project will finish up with a slurry seal. Also, we have PG&E working on 6th and C. They are remodeling their facility there on that intersection. They are closing till 4 o'clock, and then they're reopening. And they should be done in about 7 weeks. So just like I say, we do have a lot of projects going on, and some of them are coming to the end, and some of them will be going on, especially the sewer project all the way till December or January. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Thanks for the update. I know throughout this political stuff going on, a lot of the projects happening around our town are not highlighted at all. So we just want to let the citizens know we are working on making our town better. There's work still going. I know the landscaping, our new landscaping, we got an update regarding that. Has work begun with the landscaping?
Central Valley Tree and Landscaping has started working today. They will be here tomorrow. They will be working on all the LMDs throughout town per Vanessa. So we'll keep you updated on that.
Awesome, thank you. I know that's been one of the biggest concerns we had as a council. Making sure our town looks nice, it looks presentable, people could be proud of their city. So I'm happy to see that we're finally going to be addressing those landscaping areas and making our city look nice. I really appreciate the work with the corner. I know it's done, the corner here on D and Main. That was another big concern, and we went in circles, and it was very disappointing that it hadn't been done before, but I want to thank Vanessa for making it happen, thinking outside the box and just, addressing it, because it was ridiculous the amount of time that it was taking and the runaround we got. So it got done, so we appreciate all the work with that. Any other questions, council? Vanessa.
Our next speaker is Jackie with our Park Recreation Superintendent. Jackie.
Good evening, everyone. I just have a few activities that are coming up for the whole community to enjoy. And first, I'm going to start with our Rec Commission fundraiser, which will take place alongside the alumni reunion this coming weekend. If you don't know about it, anybody that's ever graduated from LHS is invited to come to Memorial Park. We've got live music. They're having, the Wolf Den will be open for all kinds of food. They're going to have a pop-up over there. And the Livingston Recreation Commission is hosting a craft beer tasting. So the tickets are $25, and there's still a few left. If you wait to come to the gate, there probably won't be. We also are getting close to October, which we brought back the Fall Street Fair. It happens every Thursday downtown, and it's a great way to come and get to know your community. We'll have all kinds of informational booths, and every week is themed. Our very first week is Love Livingston. So if you love Livingston, come on out and see the different organizations, whether it be the nonprofits or the churches or the clinic, things that they have to offer you, and so you'll be able to get information on that. Our second week, we are going to have a health fair, which we've had in the past. There'll be vision testing, COVID, I believe, vaccinations, and anything that has to do with healthcare, we'll have it out there. Our third week is regarding DACA and immigration. If you have questions on either of those items, there'll be professionals here to help you get information that you may need. And lastly, we are going to have a pet fair, and we are also going to have a pet parade, which was hosted here in Livingston in the 1950s. So we're going to have a practice run. If you got a pet, you can dress up, bring it down. You even get a prize if you dress like your pet. So it's going to be a lot of fun, and it's something new. And I think that whether it's a pony, a bunny, a cat, a dog, whatever you got, bring it in a costume and then share it with the community. This is the 28th of October. And actually, we'll have dog licensing information and other items that the PD will be presenting to people in the community. The other question that I have on behalf of the Rec Commission is we have been asking for months and months to have a meeting with council regarding our fee increase. And I haven't heard anything. I have a meeting on Thursday, and I know they're going to ask me again. But they would like to have a meeting with you guys face to face and just discuss out why we need the fee increase. As I mentioned at our last meeting, that our park rentals, that we have to have supervisory staff, we actually are losing money by charging people to use our locked up park. So we really need to address it so that we can raise it to cover our fees, or cover our costs. So I would ask that I would be able to hear from you guys about that, so I can address the Rec Commission hopefully on Thursday. At least tell them it's coming.
No, and yes, definitely, we need to get together. I know we talked about it, like you said, in the past, and it's been here and there, so we need to get it done and meet up. So let's make it as soon as possible. We'll touch base with Vanessa in regards to schedules, what works best for everybody, but we could have it a Tuesday or Thursday night and get it done. So.
Okay.
So maybe council, we could reach out. Maybe, I don't know if you guys are okay for next week, maybe as soon as next week, or you have a meeting this Thursday with the commission. If you want to check with them too, like if the following week works.
Okay,
And council, email Vanessa with your schedule, see what works next week. Maybe just make it, get it going.
Awesome.
Is that okay with council?
And so I wanted to let you guys know that I'm not being, I want to use the word disobedient, but that's not a very good term. But I want to work on with you, Raul, regarding the park naming, but I need you to come so that I can get exactly what you have in mind. Because I had actually talked to the council, and I don't know if you have been informed that, you know, because that park is granted out and we can't get grants for that because of how the cost of living, I mean, the homes around that area are now not low income. And so our only hope really to building that out is to, one, save our money, or two, have a foundation or a private donor. And so usually when you get private donors or foundation, they want to have their name attached to something. So if we name where that parking lot is, you know, whatever the idea is, it might limit the attraction for a private donor or a foundation. So I just wanted to, you know, stick that little blurb in there before we really move on to actually doing a survey and all that good stuff.
Yeah, I'll get with you on Friday. How's that work?
Perfect. Just call me first, because the Beer Fest is on Saturday, and so we're going to be running all over the place collecting everything that we need for setup.
That'll be my next day off, so I'll get with you.
Yeah,
Thank
just
you.
call me and we can meet even in the park.
Thank you.
And that's all I have for tonight.
Those are all the staff reports.
Thank you. We're going to move on to city council members' announcements and, city manager announcements and reports.
I don't have any items to report this time.
All right, thank you, Vanessa. City council members' announcements and reports. Councilmember King.
Yeah, I have nothing to report.
Councilmember Jose Moran.
Actually, just a couple of questions, and nothing to report at this time. I've been busy doing other things. But just a couple of questions. Well, one of them to, let's see, I know that I asked Vanessa before in regards to some information in regards to possibly considering streaming on video on YouTube the planning commission meetings. And because I think it's important, you know, just a lot of the items that come before us, they first go to the planning commission. And it is very important for also for the community to be involved and to also participate, or at least be informed of what is done, what is approved, what comes before the planning commission, and what would it take to have our planning commission meetings streamed like we currently have our council meetings.
Is that an item that you would like me to pursue, getting pricing? There should be a cost. There is a cost for streaming the council meetings, so there will be a cost for streaming solutions for any other meetings in the chambers.
Yeah, maybe just look into it and see how much it would cost, if it's affordable or makes sense, and move forward with it. But
so could we consider bringing that information back at the next council meeting as part of your reports?
I will check with our Mid Valley IT, our IT provider, and see how fast they can have that information back.
All right, thank you. Perfect. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And just the other question that I have is also for Vanessa. And so if you can just probably respond yes or no. Have you ever had, has any of the other council members or the mayor had asked you to get involved or allow them to get involved in personnel matters?
No.
Okay, thank you.
all right, council members, Councilmember Maria Soto.
Tomorrow I'll be attending the League of Cities in Sacramento for the next 3 days. I'm looking forward to coming back with some information and being part of the voting process that they'll have. I really appreciate tonight's citizens' audience. The amount of decorum has been truly grateful on behalf of the city of Livingston, and some of the remarks and replies do correspond with what we want to accomplish here while we're on the dais and having to do with city business. Again, I just want to clarify a recent item that came across Facebook, and it has to do with a police report for behavior that was perhaps witnessed by someone on the Livingston Recall Committee. I want to state right now that my behavior was not as described as it is being put on Facebook, and I don't want to say I'm sorry for putting this out here, but again, if I don't defend myself, nobody else is going to come to my defense, so I'm going to say this. A sign was put on the memorial cornerstone, and I've done it in the past when that area was used for such political advertisement. I went and I removed yard signs and put them aside, tossed them out towards the gutter. That happened perhaps 4 years ago. I did the same thing this comes Sunday. However, I did take the large poster and walked. Again, there is a demarcation between what belongs to the veterans area and the city park. So I made sure to stay within the veterans area and toss a sign off to the side of the table. However, the claim is being said that I had a confrontation and threw it at a young lady. That is not true. The police report should reflect that statement. I do take my work with the local VFW and all veterans very seriously. That area is reserved as a memorial to our veterans and those that have fought and have lost. Again, I take patriotism very seriously, and when it comes to items that I do bring to the dais in regards to the activities that we have for the VFW, I do educate. That is part of my chairing on the auxiliary for the VFW, is that I am part of community outreach and youth activities. And I did come before you last council meeting to provide an opportunity for scholarships for the youth and education and Americanism. So I'm out there promoting that for our youth. Also, again, I hate to be the one that's out here in support and in defense of myself, is that there are also other places on Facebook where there are items being brought to people's attention that are false. And again, I have asked residents and citizens, concerned citizens, to reach out to me, because again, I do not, and I hate having to take up this time to report this out using our city dollars, our city attorney being paid here. But again, I'm going to cut this short. If you do have questions in regards to any part of this recall and my behaviors, please reach out to me. If you're here, again, I've posted my number, my email. I would appreciate that we conduct non-city business on non-city time. So thank you very much for allowing me this time to speak on my behalf. And to the recall committee, I take exception to your misrepresentation, to treatment of how I would treat other members in this community, and in regards to my behavior as it has been displayed to others in our community. So thank you very much, and I apologize for taking up your time. Again, we work on behalf of the citizens and economic development. We want to conduct business here on the dais, so thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Mayor Pro Tem Garcia?
Yeah, I'm going to stand in front for this one.
Okay. You need a mic. Microphone.
Good evening. Working? Okay. Thank you guys for coming, supporting me in this time of need.
Muy buenas noches, muchísimas gracias por venir esta noche y apoyarme en estos tiempos de necesidad.
The reason I'm standing in front and not sitting down is because I owe you, the citizens of Livingston, so you guys can see me. My face, it takes courage to come up here and face evil.
You're going to have to do shorter sentences. I'm so sorry. La razón por la cual me miran aquí, parado enfrente de ustedes, es porque me gustaría que me vieran cara a cara. I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem.
To face evil.
Que me vieran aquí parado frente de ustedes cara a cara, enfrente de maldad.
So, as you guys know me, I'm a former Marine. Been in combat. Obviously, you guys know I'm a deputy sheriff, which I take pride in both. I take. I'm sorry, I keep losing track.
Como ustedes pueden saber, soy un marino y también he estado en el área de combate. I'm sorry. Y también soy un sheriff, un deputy sheriff.
So I take honor, courage, and commitment to heart.
También por esa razón tomo el honor, coraje y emprendimiento de corazón.
So like I said, it takes courage to come up here, but I'm here today. I just want to tell everybody that this RECOG committee is just wasting your tax dollars.
Sí, solamente quiero decirles que este comité de destitución electoral es un gasto de dinero de los residentes.
Good thing that we live in the country that we do today. Excuse me. Thank you. So it's a good thing that we live in a country today that we have all these rights.
Es muy bueno saber que vivimos en el país que vivimos hoy y que gozamos de varios derechos.
So, I mean, as you guys know, there's recalls going on, but they are not telling you the truth.
Como pueden saber, este comité de destitución está pasando en esos momentos, pero lo que les están diciendo no es la verdad.
So unfortunately, people that you have elected as a city treasurer and a city clerk
Desafortunadamente, las personas que ustedes han elegido como representante de tesorera de la ciudad y como representante de city clerk para la ciudad.
And actually, I think the city clerk and the city treasurer, if they can stand up, please. So, I think to the people of Livingston.
Si la tesorera y el city clerk se pueden poner de pie, por favor.
Thank you. So on Facebook, you guys know all the trash talking that's going on about us.
Como pueden saber, en la plataforma de Facebook se dicen de muchísimas alegaciones.
That I come in late to these meetings. However, like I said, I'm a deputy sheriff, so I'm out there protecting citizens.
que yo llego tarde a estas reuniones, pero como les acabo de comentar, yo trabajo para la oficina del sheriff y es por eso que mi horario no me permite llegar a tiempo y llego a la hora que me reporto a estas reuniones.
Excuse me, can we take, if you guys, your conversations outside, please?
We're sorry, I'll speak to them because they don't speak English as well, but
Oh.
they're concerned because they are being translated in Spanish, but nobody's translating Punjabi, so they're trying to figure out what we're saying and what's going on tonight.
Okay, well, I think it says in the agenda, right, if you need any services.
I'm sorry?
In the agenda, does it state if anybody needs services that they can contact you? Or did they take,
Monica?
was that in there?
Yes. It's in the agenda, yes.
It's in the agenda. Okay, yeah, if you want. Good. So I'll try to make this a little shorter. Or, okay. So, like I said, all these comments are not true.
Como les dije, todos estos comentarios no son verdad, la verdad.
And no one has ever at any time reached out to me, called me on, I mean, obviously my personal number's out there now, but the city phone for any concerns that they have, the ones that are talking negative about me.
Y nadie me ha llamado a darme comentarios o a darme a conocer cuáles son las quejas que se presentan ante mí, ya sea a mi teléfono celular personal, ya que está disponible, o a mi teléfono de la ciudad o a mi correo electrónico.
Just remember, the citizens of Livingston, this recall is going to cost us thousands of dollars. I wouldn't mind if it was true, but it's not.
Solo recuerden, residentes de la ciudad de Livingston, que este comité de destitución es un costo muy grande de mucho dinero para la ciudad, y a mí no me importaría pasar por este proceso si fuese la verdad, pero no lo es.
And it's unfortunately, like I said, they're out there talking negative about us. However, I will face anytime they want to come and talk to me about any issues they have.
I'm so sorry I lost you.
I don't mind talking to them face to face.
Absolutely. Yo no tengo ningún problema hablando con cualquiera de los residentes que quieran presentarse y tener una conversación cara a cara sobre estas quejas y poder hablar.
And just because there's a recall going on 4 council members up here doesn't mean that we're that type of person.
Y por el solo hecho de que haya un proceso de destitución para 4 de los concejales en aquí en la ciudad, eso no quiere decir que. I'm sorry. What was the last?
Where'd you stop?
I'm sorry.
Where'd you stop?
It doesn't mean.
That we're like that.
Oh, no quiere decir que nosotros somos personas malas.
Good. Okay. So I appreciate your time here tonight for coming and supporting me and my fellow council members that are on the recall.
Aprecio su tiempo que han tomado para venir a apoyarme a mí y a mis compañeros concejales en este proceso de destitución.
And no matter what, I am committed to the city of Livingston till the year in November of 2022.
Y sobre todas las cosas, yo tengo yo tengo un lazo con una responsabilidad con la ciudad de Livingston hasta noviembre del 2022.
And I will continue to try to move the city forward and make the best decisions on your behalf.
Y seguiré continuando, tomando decisiones para llevar a la ciudad a prosperidad hasta que llegue mi término.
So, like I said, I'll cut it short, but God bless you, your family, and the city of Livingston. Thank you.
Que Dios los bendiga y a su familia y a la ciudad de Livingston.
Council's discretion.
Since the mayor pro tem called me out and asked me to stand, I asked for 1 minute to respond.
Go ahead. You got 1 minute.
Catherine Shell Rodriguez. The only thing that I ask is that people go to my Facebook page, Catherine Shell Rodriguez, and see for yourself what I say, what I write, and the financial issues that I cover. And if you have questions, you can direct message me at Catherine Shell Rodriguez on Facebook. And I will be very happy to answer your questions about things I've seen on invoices, what I've looked at and found in budgets, and other financial documents. Go to my page, talk to me, you can DM me, and I will answer you. And then you are free to make up your mind about who I am and what I say.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Garcia. Go ahead.
They're requesting that for further council meetings, if there could be a chief translator. They also have questions. I'm sorry. They're just requesting for further or future council meetings if there could be a Punjabi or Indian translator that can translate to them. They say that they disagree with the recall, that they are here to support you, and they feel that if the recall needs signatures, that it should be mailed to their house and they should be able to say yay or nay instead of them being basically forced to go somewhere. Anna? Angie. Oh, he's just saying that the residents of Livingston are also receiving like false calls or fraud calls, and I told him that has nothing to do with the city business.
All right, thank
And I'll
you.
explain that to that they can contact the PD on
Thank you.
regard.
Okay, I'm going to move on to my mayor announcements and reports. I just want to say thank you to everybody who came out and supported us today. We really appreciate the time and you guys coming out and being engaged with our meeting. So I really appreciate it. Más voy a decir en español, gracias a todos los que vinieron el día de hoy a apoyarnos. Le agradecemos de corazón que están aquí con nosotros el día de hoy. Muchas gracias. Besides that, like I said in other previous meetings, you know, the city's moving forward. A lot of things don't get highlighted with these meetings, but we're making progress in a lot of fronts with the city. We're definitely addressing some of the basic things the city has been in need for months since I got elected. The landscaping thing, it's now being addressed. Also the corner got addressed. A lot of those small issues that had been just left unaddressed for a long time are now being looked at. So I really appreciate the efforts made by all of city staff and our interim city manager. different ideas, different thoughts going on and discussions. So, we touch bases with Vanessa on a weekly basis to move things forward. So I just want to reassure the community that we're moving forward no matter what. And we're here to serve you. In regards to the recall efforts being made against us, I agree with the Mayor Pro Tem. It's not like we're bankrupting the city, taking millions of dollars, building houses, building businesses or funding businesses or anything crazy or corrupt like that. I think most of us have been here most of our lives, serving in different capacities for our community, and I think we're going to continue doing that no matter what the outcome is. So we appreciate everybody that's here tonight. Thank you. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and move on to our consent agenda. Items on the consent calendar are considered routine or non-controversial and will be enacted by one vote unless separate action is requested by the city manager or city council member. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless members of the city council or city manager request that specific item be removed.
Mayor?
Our Mayor Pro Tem is requesting a 5-minute recess, so I'll go ahead and grant him the 5-minute recess. We're going to go ahead and go into our consent agenda. Items in the consent calendar are considered routine or non-controversial and will be enacted by one vote unless separate action is requested by the city manager or city council member. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless members of the council or city manager request that items be removed. We have a total of 10 items on the consent calendar.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a few items on which I have questions, and I would like to have clarifications on items 1, 2, 4, 7, 9, and 10.
Mayor, for the record, we did receive an email from Colette Alvarez on item 6 that was provided to the council.
Okay, what a specific question? Okay, so we, so 1, 2, 4, 7, and 9, and 10?
That is correct.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and go with number 1. What specific questions you got regarding item number 1?
On number 1, let's see. So there's, is that for me? Okay, all right, thank you. So for number 1, other than what's here, there's no other report on for this particular item. So I just wanted to make sure before we approve something, I wanted it to have clarification to what it means exactly. Normally, when there's items, there's normally some kind of description or information or background. And so I just, since I saw nothing in regards to item number 1, I wanted it to have some clarification. I think I know what it is, but I just want to make sure before we approve something. So I don't know if it's for the attorney or Vanessa. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Councilman and Mayor and Council. I recommended that that item be added to your consent agenda as a regular item. If you don't waive the full reading of an ordinance or resolution, you have to read every word, and we don't want you to have to do that. So that's the reason.
So if there's a time when anyone on the dais wants to read it, then by all means, it doesn't exclude, like we're not allowed to read it if at any time anyone decides to, but this will help and expedite.
Exactly. It will help expedite your business. If you want to read it as a council member, if you want to read all of it, you could do that, but it allows you to not have to. That's
okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
So we have to make a separate motion for this item, correct? Or could it still be included?
You can do these as you go, or you can take them one at a time.
All right.
Public comment?
Yes, you're correct. Any public comment regarding this item?
I just want to throw this in. I've been to a lot of council meetings since 2007, and I can remember several times when changes were made to an ordinance during the waiving of the first reading of an ordinance. And I can recall at least one time, if not more, where changes were made during the second reading. And these changes were incorporated into what the council members would read out, so that way the public would know that there were specific changes to that ordinance being made. And I just want to make sure that that tradition continues, so that when there are changes to the way, to an ordinance, to where the description no longer fits, that those changes are incorporated and read into the record so that the public is informed.
If I could real quick, yes, that has to be done. So if you make a change at the introduction at the first reading, you have to note those. And then if you make a substantial change at the second reading, you can conceivably have to go back and do another first reading if the change is, again, substantial.
Thank you, Tom. Okay, council, you want to take this as a separate item, make a motion? Any other public comment at this time, though? All right, we'll take it back to council. Any actions, motions?
Well, first of all, yes, but I just want to make sure that all of the items that I pulled, that I have questions on, I would like them to be separate items so that they have their separate.
Yeah. Yes, they're separate. That's why we're talking about one, so we're now.
All right, thank you.
Go ahead and take action on that one.
All right, so item number one, I move to approve.
We have a motion.
I'll second it.
We have a second. Are we implementing our new voting mechanism?
Yeah. Give me a minute.
We are trying a new voting device up here, electronic based. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to item number 2. What specific questions regarding item number 2, Jose?
Yes, item number 2, well, specifically, okay, so it's in regards to the last check number on the report, which is check number 5320 for vendor name White Branner LLP. And it says the check date was 9/16/2021 for the amount of $29,956.60. So I did check in with Vanessa earlier, but I wanted to ask, well, I think it's both for Vanessa and for the attorney. My understanding that the way these invoices come in, they come in directly to Vanessa, and then Vanessa has to code what part of the bill or what part of the invoice belongs to what department, and then it will be charged to those departments individually. But when I got copies of this invoice, I only got totals. I did not get an itemized, detailed invoice, which is the first time I ever seen that. We are used to getting itemized invoices from the attorney firms. So it's like, basically we're being asked to pay this amount without knowing what we're paying for. And and based on this, it has already been paid for. So to me, that's a red flag. How can I pay for something that I don't know what I'm paying for, other than just the total? So 2 things. One is we need to look at the process of how things are being paid without having a detailed invoice. And 2, for Tom and the firm, we need to have an itemized invoice.
Well, we can break it down further, but we can break it down further. So the bill was what, $29,956. 19,470 of that was related to the recall, as I said. That's 2/3. That's 66% of this related to the recall. So I don't know, you want details of what was not done right on the recall for each time? I mean, that...
No, well, we do have the breakdown of the totals, but maybe Vanessa can help you and forward you a copy of the previous firm, how they
Okay, yeah, no, we can do that.
itemize their invoices.
Yeah.
To see what we're expecting, because it's like me taking my car to the mechanic and just going back to pick it up, and it's going to be $6,000, but I don't know what was done.
I understand. I'm just saying, like I said, you've got, approximately $30,000 bill, approximately 20,000 of it is related to the recall. That's going to be a lot of detail about they did this wrong, they did that wrong. I mean, just so you know.
Well, I mean, that's what we had in the past, so that's what I expect. I don't know if it's the same for the rest of the council, but that's what I expect.
Yeah, I'll work with Vanessa on that.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll take it out for public comment.
Catherine Shell Rodriguez. I think the detail that we are looking for is how much time is being spent on phone calls. This is just a quick example. How much on phone calls, how much on replying to emails, how much on writing documents, how much on reviewing documents. And when you get to the recall, what specific tasks were done? It's one thing to say that you billed close to $20,000 on the recall, but if you don't break out with emails, reviewing documents, who did the work? Was it you or a paralegal? What was done? Detail. We're not asking for any confidential information. We're not asking for whose emails you replied to or whose phone calls you were discussing with or who you interviewed or who you may have spoken to. Those things we understand are confidential and need to be redacted. But the citizens do have a right to know how many billable hours were billed for the specific tasks, whether it was done for city council members, for the recall, for the planning department, for human resources, or whatever department. The public has a right to know the detail on what we're paying for.
Like I said, I'll work with Vanessa and we'll provide what's always been provided.
The sign-in sheet is gone. I don't know if anybody cares, but it's no longer here. Colette Alvarez, P.O. Box 255, City of Livingston. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to address you, City Council, City Mayor, Attorney, and the residents that have formidably sat through the last hour and a half. What people are saying is, look, our taxes are high. I remember when our sales tax was 3% or less. Now our sales tax is 8%. A lot of our taxes are going to income tax. And people are saying, we have property tax, we have the water rates, which is a tax, we have the wastewater rates, which is a tax, we have the sewer rate, the disposable rates. People are saying we are tired of being taxed and taxed and taxed. Government, what are you doing with our money? And this is what people are saying. Look, we see a bill and $19,000 for that. Show us the justification. And I applaud people for saying, how is the government spending our money? Our national debt is outrageous. And we need to start here in our city and in our county and say, enough is enough. We want less taxes. We want our government to be accountable for every penny. Sometimes it's time to have peanut butter instead of New York steaks. Thank you.
Any other citizen comments at this time? Okay, we'll bring it back to council for any action.
If I can just add something before I make a motion.
Yes, go ahead.
So I just want to clarify that itemized invoice, the detailed invoice with redacted items, that's for the public, and that's for but we don't need it to be blacked out, for the council, or at least not for me. So with that said, I'd like to also, after I make a motion, I would like to ask another question to Vanessa in regards to this item.
In regards to what again?
To this item.
You could go ahead and answer right now.
Okay, so earlier when I had a conversation in regards to my questions related to the invoices and how we're being billed with the attorney, she did mention that probably she would like to change or adjust the way invoices are being billed and who receives it and who approves it and who says to pay for it. So I don't know if you want to add more information to that and better explain it than I did.
Absolutely. Well, in particular to the city attorney invoices, that was your question, Councilmember Moran. And I did express that this is, services rendered by city attorney are, city attorney services are contracted service that it works and it's hired from the city council. So for city attorney services, I would feel comfortable with those services being looked at by the body that process or approves the contract of the city attorney.
Yeah, definitely. And we had this conversation on Friday as well, which I agreed, and that should be a practice.
Thank you, Councilman Moran, for bringing this item forward. Again, I appreciate the work that our city attorney has been doing. He's mentioned a couple of times the cost of this current recall, and again, going through the experience, I was served 3 times, and so in that cost of the $19,000, the mistakes were made that our attorney had to go, and then more work was having to be done on the behalf of the recall committee, giving more work to our city attorney to work on citizens' behalf. So again, our time, your time, our tax-paying dollars are, again, trying to benefit and utilize our time up on the dais to make things fluid, and I'm aware transparency is what everybody wants. Items on the consent agenda we're looking at for discussion, and us as council members, when we approach our the lawyer and the city manager to get further clarification, I'm hoping that when we approve a consent agenda, that the reason that you voted us in is because you want to trust our evaluation, our analysis of what was presented to us in either the staff report or what was being relayed to us by the city attorney or the interim city manager. So again, these costs do come up, and when time on the lectern and on the dais, the costs keep going because we're all still here present. This is our job. City attorney has his job that he is being tasked and billed and will be billed for. So again, utilizing the time and efforts of our city attorney, I thank him. I thank our city manager, and I do thank the public for their concerns. But again, once items are presented to us, our hope, my hope at least, is that you've entrusted us to make those decisions based on items that have been put together by the mayor pro tem, the mayor, and the city manager to come before you on the agenda as consented items. And if we've discussed them, then we have full knowledge of how we would make our vote. So again, I understand the concern for transparency. It's great. There's more feedback, dialogue. That is also great. Again, the meter is running here, so I appreciate the fact that we have made and brought in our consent agenda to cover items that should be fairly that we should be able to vote one time. So thank you, Councilmember Jose Moran.
Thank you. Okay, any action, council?
I'll make the motion.
A motion by Mayor Pro Tem Garcia,
I'll second it.
second by Councilmember King.
Please cast your votes.
Motion approved by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you, Monica. Next item, item number 4, is that correct? Okay. What questions regarding this item?
Yes, thank you very much. Actually, I had a resident that had a question in regards to this item, so I would like to give the resident an opportunity.
Okay, so
Can I interrupt real quick? Can we
go ahead.
just do number 3 and go in order and then jump to 4? Because you missed 3, right?
you have to do the whole
Is
question.
that what you're talking? Or I thought you said 4.
No, number 4. So there's no question on number 4?
So at this moment, there's no question, so maybe we can just.
We could do it with the rest of the consent calendar.
Yes.
with that one.
Thank
All
you.
right, so item number 5, is that the other one?
No, the next item was item number 7.
Okay, 7.
Yes. And this item, more than anything, was for, once again, for transparency and for better understanding. And once again, normally we have a report, we have a little bit more detailed information, and there was very little detail other than just the cost and stuff like that. And I did talk to Vanessa earlier about this item, and I just wanted it to kind of, for the residents to be informed and have a better understanding of why we're doing certain things like this. And more than anything, so to try and better service our residents. So maybe Vanessa can add a little bit more information on what the original plan behind this item is. Thank you.
The plan, it is part of the staff report, Mayor and council members, that we are trying to have access from our residents to our departments. And the recreation and building department, it's one of the, it's 2 integral departments that have a lot of foot traffic from our residents, and we would like to have workstations that will have those departments readily accessible to the foot traffic, to the customers that come over to pull either building permits or to do any recreation transactions.
Just real quick, so once that is done, those departments will be called once someone comes and has a question, they'll come to the window, or will they be, like, they won't have an office right next to it, right? I mean, like the rest of the city staff.
Our vision is to have workstations and counter space the same way the customer service team is located for available for the customers, that recreation and building permit items are also tended at the time when a customer walks in and needs services. So they'll be part, the plan is to make somewhat of a continuation of the counter area. So we can have a space where we can do over-the-counter credit card transactions and reviewing and exchanging of documents for recreation and in the building department.
All right, thank you.
And I think it's a great idea. Better service the residents of the town. Any other questions, Council, on this item? We'll take it out for public comment.
Okay, I've got the staff report right here, and I'm just going to add that normally on something like this, it would be nice to see like a sketch of what is planned so that we can visualize it. Also, include in the staff report any particular potential disruption that's going to be into the lobby, like when, as construction is going on, what accommodations for the public are going to be made, and if there are going to be anything else that might disrupt the public's ability to access the counter. So in other words, just a little bit more information on how this project is going to affect the public and how the City Hall would be working, and a sketch or a plan so that we have an idea of what it is we're paying for.
Thank you.
Thank you, City Council, City Mayor, residents. $27,000 approximately. How firm is that number? Is there any chance of it going over? Could this possibly be a $30,000 project or a $40,000 project? Is it absolutely necessary? Every penny that's spent is a hard-earned penny from the citizens of Livingston. I don't like talking in thousands. I talk in 5 cents, 10 cents. Every penny matters. Is it absolutely necessary? And where are you on your budget? Do you have the money for it? Do you have a good budget reserve? Have you fully funded your pension fund? If you have not fully funded your retirement fund, do not spend money until it's full like this, until it's fully funded. Thank you.
Any other comments? Bring it back to council for any action.
I'll make the motion to approve.
We have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Garcia,
I'll second.
second by Councilmember Jose Moran.
Council, please cast your votes. Motion approved by a vote of 5-0.
The next item is item number 9, correct?
Yes, that is correct. And this is in regards to item number 9, approved declaration of certain property as surplus. And in the past, normally, when we have surplus that the city is disposing of, a lot of times it's being donated to other agencies, or in some cases, some of the vehicles have been donated to the high school for kids to work on and practice their skills and stuff like that. But I just wanted some clarification in regards to make sure that this is not that case, and that the listed items are being disposed of, destroyed. They're not going to go and be donated anywhere. They're not going to be sold, because we have a lot of items that come from the police department and that could have or retain sensitive data in it.
Thank you for the question, Mayor, council members. The items that are listed and that have been identified in this surplus list are non-operational. They're pretty much garbage. They're ready to be disposed. They're just been in our either courtyard or sitting in different rooms in the city, and we're just trying to clear out some of that clutter. At the same time, we will be disposing of any of these surplus items in the ways that we need to do it based on our rules and regulations. Say, for example, any computer equipment, it will be handled by our IT consultant, and the hard drive, they have a procedure where hard drives are destroyed and they're crashed, and nobody could ever get any of the information that has ever been saved in those pieces of equipment. So everything will be handled in the way that it is safe for our city equipment to be disposed. And really, like the furniture, it's non-working. Most of it it's broken, and the vehicles. So my public works superintendent did mention to me that these vehicles have been used for parts, and right now there's nothing else that they can scrape out of them, so they need to be disposed.
Perfect. Any other questions, council? Take it out for public comment. Any public comment?
Me again. I just think it would be nice, instead of typing in what the Livingston Municipal Code is, Title I, Chapter 12, surplus property, and then so that we have to go look it up on the code ourselves as to what might be on the list. Most of us don't keep a municipal code by our bedside. We're not that nerdy. It would be nice to, like what you just said right now, you just write up a few sentences like that in future staff reports so that the public can pick up a document and go, oh, they're going to be disposing of surplus equipment. They're going to do this to the computers, they're going to do that to the car, and we're going to they're going to ensure that there isn't going to be an auction in the parking lot where, you know, the possibility for lack of transparency could transpire. So just like what you said right now, how you do it, a couple of sentences along that line instead of just slapping on a municipal code would give more information to the public and increase transparency.
Any other comments? I bring back to council for any action.
Well, I'll make the motion to approve it.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem Garcia. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilmember Jose Moran.
Please cast your votes. Motion approved by a vote of 5-0.
Thank you. What's the other item you had? 10?
Oh, I'm sorry. Item 10, adopting a resolution approving award of agreement for planning services to J.B. Anderson Land Use Planning. So, a couple of questions and concerns. So, I was aware that the current contract for our current planning or planner company that we're using is to expire in November, right, of this year. But as part of the regular process prior to today was that items like this will be sent out for a request for proposals, an RFP. This doesn't seem to be that case. In view of transparency and in view of like trying to make sure that we have the best available proposal out there, the best company, the best price, I would have liked to have seen this as to go out, you know, for proposals and not just have the option of one company and not allowing the council to make that decision. So like right now I have very little information on just the one company. Other than that, it's like, so I have no choice. I don't have an option. It seems like that is my point. That's how I see it. Where in the past we had opportunity to, you know, regardless of what it was, even if it was a simple little thing as fixing a sidewalk, you know, it would go out for a proposal. So questions like, how was this company contacted? Why only this company? What makes this company qualified versus other companies? So the issue is not going, that it didn't go out as normally as it did before. And I know that in the background section of the information, there's, once again, like, a Livingston Municipal Code Title I, Administrative Chapter 11, Purchase Policies and Procedures, Section 1110, exempt from bidding, exempts the city from bidding requirements for the contract of professional or specialized skills such as planning services. Maybe that is the case. I'm not saying that it's not, but then again, it just lacks transparency of why only actually, I don't feel like I have a choice by having only one company.
Thank you for your question, Mayor, council members. Within this consulting services and planning services, it's an integral piece of our city services. Development depends on it, the expansion, the building of different units that are in the pipeline, and we also have a general plan that it's in the middle of its development. And this is a general plan that will potentially guide the future growth of the city for the next 20 years. The company that I contacted. Obviously, I cited the code since specialized services such as planning services, engineering, accounting, architects are exempt from the bidding process, and being the fact that we have a contract that is expiring very soon, and my job is to ensure that the city continues to run and we continue to provide the answers and the services to the development community, and we continue to service everybody because they're expecting a service from the city, and we need to continue providing those services. For those reasons, I went ahead and requested a proposal. J.B. Anderson, it is a company that has provided planning services for City of Livingston before. They do this for many cities around the Central Valley. They are local, and frankly, they are offering services nonstop for the city. Not just their commitment, it's not just certain days of the week. Their commitment, it's you will be serviced. Anytime you get an answer come to us, you will be expecting us to provide an answer to those developers. And sometimes, it's just very simple to just let them know that their plans are reviewed, their process is moving forward. They just need to have that connection, and that is something that J.B. Anderson, it's telling me that they will provide.
Yes, okay, thank you. So just to be specific and clear, what was the reason of not going out for an RFP?
Our contract is due in November, and we have several projects along the line. And my main priority is that the city developers and our services do not stop. So I want to ensure that we have a consultant that can pick up where we are leaving off from 8 years of services with the current consultant, and that we can continue to provide excellent services to our business community.
Since when did we know that so I'm assuming that, one, we all knew that the contract was to expire in November, right? Probably since 3 years ago, right? And the next thing was, how were we not aware that the same company was interested in continuing with the contract? Or did we just assume?
It is a business best practice to switch around our consultants from time to time. We do it with our auditors, which it is a fiscal best practice to do that. And at this moment, I did express in our staff report that there wasn't expressed a wish to renew the contract, and I needed to ensure that the city gets services provided.
Okay. So, I think, I was provided a copy of an email by the current company where they showed interest, that they wish they had known that this was going to be considered, so that they could have had enough time to provide a proposal, which seems like they were not aware of that this was going to go out, and their contract was not going to be considered for renewal.
Correct.
Were they not interested, or why were they?
I was under the impression that that wasn't the case. They have sent over a letter expressing that they would like that they have someone readily available. However, from reviewing the qualifications, we have a team of experts that have been doing this for 20 plus years, and I feel very confident with the consultant that I am proposing to, I'm bringing forward to the council tonight. the letter that we have received. Unfortunately, you can't quantify the years of experience and measure it to the one consultant that you have in front of you tonight.
All right, thank you. So, and just to be clear, just to make sure we're clear, or that I am clear, my questions and by reviewing the current proposal is not that I'm against this one company. It's just that because it is different from how it was been, done every single time, or in favor of transparency once again, and to make sure that we got the best deal per se. Thank you for that. So on page number 3 of their proposal, on the second paragraph, right in the middle, if you can see this here, where it says JBA staff will report directly to the city manager and attend city staff meetings as requested. It is our understanding that attendance at planning commission and city council meetings will not be required. So earlier, I know that I asked this question, but I wanted it to kind of bring it up for clarification and to make sure there's no confusion, right? Because here it says, or it kind of states like they're not going to be present at our council meetings or planning meetings, but you said that they will be.
And a representative is here, so if you would like to share anything.
And Mayor and Council, if I could add, and I believe this will be confirmed, that what they're saying is they won't just come here if they don't have any business on the agenda. They'll only come if they have business on the agenda at the request of the city manager.
Yeah, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, Mark Niskanen, Vice President of JB Anderson Land Use Planning, 139 South Stockton Avenue, Ripon, California. Certainly want to thank the mayor and council, and of course, interim city manager Portillo, really for the opportunity to be here in front of you tonight. Our firm was established in 1993. We provide land use and environmental planning services to clients up and down the valley. Our primary markets are, of course, San Joaquin, Stanislaus, and Merced counties. Interestingly enough, my partner, John Anderson, was in fact the contract planner here in the mid to late 90s. And I have personally worked on projects here in Livingston, including the housing element of your general plan. Of course, I would respectfully ask that you act on this item tonight. We very much look forward to working on behalf of the city of Livingston as your contract planners. And we did want to point out in terms of cost, we are, in terms of our expertise, we do feel we provide excellent service, customer service. Also, as you've noted in your staff report, our billing rates are quite competitive. In fact, I think our rates represent a $14 per hour reduction from what you're paying now. And Councilmember Moran, just to clarify, of course, if we have items that are needing our attention on Planning Commission and or City Council agendas, we will in fact be there. Absolutely.
Thank you. Any additional questions?
Yes.
Go ahead.
So first of all, thank you for being here and for clarifying. I kind of had that perception, but I just wanted it to be clear. And once again, before we approve something, I'm not sure what I am approving. So thank you for that. Actually, right next to that, there's, I don't know if you have it in front of you, so it's still page 3, same paragraph. The primary contact person will be John B. Anderson and or as assigned by JB. It will be JB staff's responsibility to be well-versed in all of the current functions of city business as to not, so this is what I'm focusing on, as to not confuse the public and our future planning applicants. What does that mean?
Well, really, we feel it's important. So it's important for us as we work in these various cities. And I should also add that we currently provide contract planning services to the cities of Lathrop, Waterford, and Oakdale. And really, what we like to do is set up a primary point of contact. So the public, other members of city staff, the council, of course, and certainly our planning commissioners know who the primary contact will be. So our approach here in Livingston is John Anderson would get in and get us kind of started. And then we do employ a full range of staff, and then we would staff up as needed on the days that we're here at City Hall.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I just wanted some clarification because the way it's worded, it could be taken in a different way.
Sure.
But thank you for clarifying.
Yeah, we
that.
like to have that consistency in terms of staff members.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, thank you. And then, I'm not sure, let's see, page 6, item number 3, assumptions, under assumptions. It says, city staff should be responsible for attending, blah, blah, blah. So that was, okay, unless otherwise directed by the city manager, and that was already clarified.
Right.
And I think that is very important, not only for the applicants, for the commissioners, and for the council. So other than that, I have no more questions.
Council, you guys have any other questions? Thank you. I appreciate
Thank you.
the time and coming forth to the meeting. Appreciate the information. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Council, hold on. Council, any other questions for the city manager? No? Okay, we'll take it out for public comment.
Yeah, me again. I go through agenda packets too. I'm referencing page 4, where it says, planning services for the city of Livingston for a maximum of 64 hours per month to include 8 days of planning service at Livingston City Hall per month. These days will be determined by the city manager, but are understood to include 2 days per week, which, if my understanding is kind of what we've already have. So it's not going to be like we're going to have a planning person here every single day of the week to respond to developers and development questions. And my question is, if these development questions are submitted to the planner by email, does that chew up some of those 8-hour, 2 days a week?
Mayor, council members, it is part of their same page, on page 4, at the top paragraph, their commitment to be responsive to our community, our development community, our residents or businesses asking questions. Their commitment is that messages will be returned within 24 hours.
Thank you. Any other citizen comments?
Good evening again, Council. For me, I remember J.B. Anderson had done work for the city in the past. That's not my question here. Is, as far as I can remember, and even some of the council members up there used to object not being able to have a choice. To me, city had known about this contract coming up, and it should have gone out for a bid for planning services. When the city went out, regardless of what, we went out for a bid for legal services. When city council did a contract for engineering services, the city went out. J.B. Anderson may be the best firm still available, but still, I think we owe it as a city to the residents to know that we're getting the best deal for what we're getting. I'd like to ask, and I know I think pretty much what's going to happen, but I would suggest that you put them on an interim basis and still do an RFP to see if somebody's able to beat their proposals and get a better deal for the residents. You're talking about saving money. There's a potential to save money here as well. Because if a firm does it cheaper and give the same kind of level of services, then you, the council, should be jumping all over that. It's also very dangerous that you could have a council there that you disagree with, or staff, or somebody else. Suppose they started saying, you know what, I don't want this engineering service, I want them, or I want that. It leaves the control out of the council's hand. It really, really does. So I really strongly urge, if you need to put J.B. Anderson's interim basis, go ahead, but please, I think the residents would really appreciate it that if you do an RFP and then do it solidly that way. I remember Councilwoman Soto used to say that, why you don't have a choice? Here it is, you don't have a choice, so get to where you people have the choice. Thank you very much.
Any other citizen comments?
Thank you, City Council, City Mayor, residents that are still hanging in there. I have some questions. My first question is, was J.B. Anderson associated or worked on the court set-aside 2025 general plan? The next question is, did J.B., am I saying the name right, J.B. Anderson? Am I saying that name right? J.B. Anderson? Did the J.B. Anderson, or the company that you guys are, did they do any work on the accompanying master plans that were associated with the court set-aside general plan of the 2025? The problem with that general plan and the accompanying documents is the numbers did not match. You go to the water master plan, it had different figures in it, like population figures, things that should be accurate. You went to the wastewater, new set of figures. Urban water management, new set of figures. The general plan, new set of numbers. The numbers did not match, and it was shoddy work, in my opinion. There's no way an engineer should have stamped that as approved if the numbers didn't match. Did J.B. Anderson, if I'm saying the company's name right, did they participate in the illegal 42-inch sewer trunk line in reviewing it or planning it? What I'm looking for, a planner, is I'm looking for honesty and integrity. I don't need someone to rubber stamp it. I don't need somebody to do what the council wants or what a developer wants. I need a planner to come in and build me a safe city where our children are safe going to school, where we have taken into consideration all the traffic analysis and implications. We need safe water. Do we even have the water for building? I've heard a consultant come before the city council and say, no, do not build, the water's not there. That has to be our first priority. Where will the fire department be? Do we need another police station? What about a post office? What about a hospital? All of these things need to be looked at. Currently, the city of Livingston is doing a general plan update. Is this the same company that's doing the general plan update? How would this company coordinate with the general plan company update going on if it is a different company? We also have Merced River. There's certain protections on Merced River because, as I've been explained, it is a federal protected waterway. What I've been told by an old-time resident of Livingston, when they were building up the dam, that they had to get material up. They took it up the Merced River, and this person said they thought it was all the way to Snelling, where it was a federal protected waterway. Beforehand, a little bit past the city of Livingston on Vinewood, we had a plan where Mike Gallo was trying to put a whole bunch of development over there, and one of them was highway commercial down by the river. In the floodplain, a gas station on a federal protected waterway? Come on, the planner needs to catch these things. I can't keep reading these documents and say, hey, this might be wrong, this might be wrong. I need a planner that knows their business, that has got the integrity and the strength of character to stand before you guys and say, no, I will not compromise my values. My company stands for something. Would this company be it for us? Also, agriculture is important to our community. Do they understand what Williamson Act is and the impacts to that? Do they understand the California Farmland Trust? Do they understand how doing a potential development will have an effect on the growth in long term? Do they understand the impact of indirect and direct consequences of what is being planned? And most important, or one of the more important things, is keep our emergency roads and evacuation routes open. We need our emergency services in an emergency. They've got to flow. Thank you.
Council members, Mayor Aguilar. So it sounds like our interim city manager did her homework and she looked for what was the best for us. And it sounds like they're local. and they have many years of experience, which is good. But it also sounds that the other company was providing the same services, the current company. And I think I remember hearing one of the company calling in during citizens' comments asking for this to be put on hold so they have the opportunity to put or submit a request or an interest, because it sounds like they want to continue services with us. I think that, like previous speaker said, it's important for us to be involved in the decision making, and I know that our interim city managers has our interest, and she is looking for our best interest, but I also think that it'll be nice for us to know what options we have, just like we did when you guys chose the law firm to represent you guys. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Yeah, Mayor, members of the council, Mark Niskanen again. Just wanted to address some of the questions that came up. In terms of the past projects like the general plan and others, our firm was not involved in those documents. It was another firm who I believe doesn't exist anymore. Furthermore, combined, our firm, has about 60 years of experience in land use and environmental planning. We're well-versed in Williamson Act, Subdivision Map Act, California Environmental Quality Act, general plan law, and federal laws like NEPA. So we stand ready and equipped with our expertise to provide our service to you. And again, I'll point out, we feel as if, we're local to the valley, and we feel as if our rates are very competitive. And that is proof, as in your staff report, with our rate that is lower than what you're currently paying now. So again, out of respect, I would ask that you proceed with this item tonight, and we look forward to working on behalf of the city of Livingston. Thank you.
Thank you.
I got a quick question for you before you sit down. Sure. So whoever's going to be representing your company with the city of Livingston, how many years of experience are they going to, or do they have?
So in our firm, we have, let's see, our principal, John Anderson, has about, 30 years of experience. He'll be your primary contact at first. I personally have started the firm. I started the firm in 2002 and have been there ever since. And we have other planners that have a combined experience of about 40 years. So we have senior level staff currently now.
All right, thank you. And maybe this question is for the interim city manager. The company that we have now, and they're gonna probably, looking to reassign. How many years do they have, like the personnel that's going to be representing the city? Do you know anything on that?
Mayor Pro Tem, in the communication that you received from the company, the proposed consultant to the city, it currently has, it's a new staff member, and it doesn't quantify the years of experience from what we're proposing with J.B. Anderson, less than 1 year.
Thank you.
All right, council, actions, further questions?
I'll make a motion to approve it.
A motion by Mayor Pro Tem Garcia,
Yes, I'll second it.
second by Councilmember Kane.
Please cast your votes. Motion approved by a vote of 4 and 1 abstain.
Thank you, Monica. Is item number, another item number 5, I don't know if we talked about that one, but this is regarding the garbage, the solid waste service. I know we have additional information, so I would like to take it out for further discussion. Vanessa, you want to talk about? Do you want to talk about item 5?
Council Mayor, I have a PowerPoint presentation for item number 5, 12, and 13
Okay.
for the rate study.
Do we want to tackle those together and just approve the consent calendar altogether right now? Tom, is that okay? All right, so we could tackle 5, 12, and 13 together?
What I would do is You've got a few more consent items, I
Yeah.
think, that were non-controversial. 3,
6 and 8.
4, 6, and 8,
Yeah.
and adopt those. And then have the presentation for 5, 12, and 13. Or 5, 11, and, what is it? 5, 12, and 13, yes.
So in regards to the consent calendar, the remaining items, we have 3, 4, 6, and 8. Council?
I move to approve the consent agenda items left 3, 4, 6, and 8.
We have a motion by Councilmember Jose Moran,
I'll second it.
second by Mayor Pro Tem Garcia.
Please cast your vote. Motion approved by a vote of 5-0.
So the next item is actually item number 11. So we could do item number 11 and then do the rate studies. Is that okay?
It's your pleasure. You can-
Okay.
Council's call.
Okay.
But I would still suggest that we do those 3 items first, just in case the other item goes too long.
Well,
So that would be your item number 5, 12, and 13, right? That's, Vanessa, that's the presentation that you have, right?
That is correct.
It'll be the same thing. We still have to tackle all of them. So we could do 11 next, if council's okay with that. Okay, so let's do 11, which is resolution to approve the Villages at Main Apartment Community Site Plan Design Review 2019-04 and associated environmental documents for the construction of a 480-unit multifamily housing development southeast of the intersection of Peach Avenue, Main Street, adjacent to and south of the Livingston High School playing fields. Randy?
Okay, thanks. And to answer the question that you might have been thinking, I'm retiring, and that's why I'm not interested in a continuation of services for here in Livingston. And the current contract ends at a convenient time for purposes of my retirement. So what we have here are several proposals or several actions. There's the certification of a final EIR, and there's several things associated with that, and I'll go over that when we discuss the environmental. And then once that is done, there's the approval of a site plan design review for the Villages at Main project, which is a proposal for 480-unit residential apartment community. It's big, and it'll be big for any city, but especially it's large for Livingston here. And I think we've got some PowerPoint if we can get into that. Oh, thank you. There we are. Okay, this is the location that we're talking about, and it is 17.3 acres and is located on South Main, to the south of the athletic fields for the high school. And it includes, this is a zoning map, and it shows that the current general plan is high-density residential, and the current zoning is high-density residential. Let's see. This actually is the overall site plan for it, and I want to call your attention to this particular piece. This is not part of the proposal. The balance of the area, that represents a 17.3 acres. And what is being proposed is a series of 20 three-story buildings, as you can see them scattered throughout the site. And right at the Main Street location is a two-story community building. That's the building that has the manager and leasing offices. It also has a grand room with a kitchen for events within the community. There's also a parcel center that deliveries for packages and so forth would go, and the individuals would pick up their packages, and there's probably a mail center here for regular mail as well. There's a second story in the community building, and that would include a lounge area, game room, exercise room, yoga studio, and there'd be bathrooms on both floors and storage rooms and the like. So the project has its main entrance is shown where I've got the laser pointer, and what it provides is let's see here, I've kind of left my notes. Well, let's mention, since this is where my materials are, that this property would dedicate 25 feet to allow for an expansion of South Main Street. So there would be 25 feet, and the end result would be a 85-foot right-of-way, and that would have 2 lanes in each direction. There would be an 8-foot wide bicycle lane, 5-foot wide sidewalk in each side, and then there'd be 10 feet of landscaping as well. The project has a entrance located approximately, I think it's 25 feet into the project, and there'd be parking for people before they get to the gate, and the gate would then be controlled, and so the residents would be able to get in and then go to the various parking spaces that are adjacent to their unit. There would be, I believe it is 36 of those parking spaces scattered throughout are for handicapped accessibility. And there are 587 parking spaces that are proposed, and that's 59 more spaces than the code requirement. The code requires 528, so there's quite a bit more. There are a total of 84 one-bedroom units in all of the complex here, 300 two-bedroom units, and 96 three-bedroom units. Now, our housing element, the last one we did, indicated that we had a particular need for three-bedroom units. So this is trying to address that need for larger families. There is also 2 landscaped areas in the center of the unit where I'm indicating with the laser, and those are, some of them are open areas for landscaping and kind of free-form activities, picnics and running around and so forth. But adjacent to the community center, there are recreation facilities. There is a proposal for basketball court and some other activities that are located there. Let me move forward with, it's hard to see for the public, but this is an example of each of the floor plan of each of the units. There's a one-bedroom unit, two-bedroom unit, and three-bedroom unit. So all of the one-bedroom units have a single bathroom. The two-bedroom and the three-bedroom have two bathrooms. Let's move forward. And here's a typical of one of these buildings, how it's laid out in terms of the specific configuration of 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms. And here's the elevation. They are, as I mentioned, 3 stories. All of the buildings are 3 stories. And there is not elevators here. The building code does not require elevators for 3-story units. And in an effort to make this more affordable, the developer has chosen to not put in elevators. All of the handicapped units accessible units are located on the first floor. Let's move forward to somewhere in here, I thought we had colored elevations. I did put them on the wall. It's hard to see again. But over, on the first of the elevations on the wall, the buildings have varying planes and projections to break up the building mass and provide visual variation. The buildings are finished in stucco, with the upper floors being a pure white color and the first floor in a contrasting the color called repose gray or jade dragon. Samples of what those colors are on the display. There is trim in an earth tone brownish color. It's a manor house defined. And they break up between the elevations. There are some column-like features to provide, again, more visual relief and definition. And the community building, as indicated on, has the same color scheme, but it is 2-story. This project requires environmental review. It's considered a project under the California Environmental Quality Act. The applicant did retain the services of Base Camp Environmental, and on the phone is the principal of Base Camp Environmental to answer any questions on the environmental you may have. The draft environmental impact report was prepared, and it went out for review, a 45-day review. And as part of that preparation of the environmental impact report, various potential impacts were identified and various mitigation measures to address those impacts were identified as well. And all of the project's impacts were mitigated through the mitigation measures. And so that's the document that went out to public review for 45 days, March 10th through April 23rd. And that's not this year, but 2021. Oh, that is this year, sorry. 2021. And all of the comments that came in, we only had 3 comments that came back. and none of the comments required revisions to the project. Now, all of this is included in your materials in the packet. All of the environmental document, the identified impacts, the mitigation measures, the comments, and the response to the comments were all included in that material. Now, one of the mitigation measures was identified, and the project developer indicated that that was too expensive and that it would frustrate one of the goals of the project, and that is making it more affordable. Specifically, one of the identified impacts is that this agricultural field presently is a foraging habitat for the Swenson's hawk. There is, in fact, a Swenson's hawk nest, not on site, but not far away from this site, and therefore this open field crops and open land is a resource for the hawk to go after its food. And so since that is a protected species, that is identified as an impact. Now, there is a mitigation measure for that impact, and that would be to purchase an equivalent amount of credits, acre for acre, from a mitigation bank within the region. But the applicant indicated that there's a cost associated with that, and that cost would make the project infeasible in its goal of providing for affordable housing for the community. So there is, in fact, an option. And that option is you can adopt what's called a statement of overriding considerations, is that you can say, due to specific technical or environmental or social and other reasons, that you don't impose that mitigation measure. And so the applicant has submitted a definition or a statement of overriding considerations. And the big issue is the cost and how that would frustrate one of the main goals of this project, provide market rate affordable housing. And indeed, that's one of the elements or priorities within our housing element, is to provide housing at a market rate for various family sizes, and particularly for large families, as I mentioned earlier. So, so that is, in fact, the proposal. The Planning Commission took a look at this at their meeting on June 29th of this year, and they, in fact, looked at the whole issue of the overriding considerations, and we recognize that it's a balancing approach of trying to provide the mitigations for the environmental resources to provide a project that would be an asset to the community and provide a project that would also be affordable for the community. And so there's a lot of competing interests here, and that on balance, the Planning Commission felt that this was reasonable, and it was reasonable to adopt this statement of overriding considerations. So they passed a resolution recommending to the City Council approval of this project with the overriding considerations. The some of the issues that I tried to put down with an analysis of this is that this is a project at a location that the general plan says it should be at. There was no zoning required for this project, no change in the general plan designation. The issues of widening the street, that's a normal mitigation measure that you would do for any development that would occur on this property. And so that's not a special condition as such. It's part of our normal conditions. And we do recognize that this has an effect on police and fire services. And I'd like to call your attention to the fact that, as I've mentioned on several other residential projects, a few years ago we did adopt a community facility district that specifically charges a annual fee to go for operations. It's not, we also have a community facility district, better known as impact fees, that pay for the widening of the street, for example, or pay for sewer and water upgrades and storm drains and the like. And that is a one-time charge for the construction, but this community, and they will be paying that, but this community facility district is an ongoing source of funds. As an example, this particular project at 480 units would be assessed $651 per unit per year. And so that comes out to be $312,000, 480. Now, looking at the issues of the provision of fire service, which has been identified as a critical need for the community, this particular project, combined with the project that you approved at your last meeting, which was a 80-unit affordable project, which is affordable by covenant and is not a market rate affordable, but it was affordable. People have to document their income, and they have to meet within certain categories of that income and so on. And we discussed that at that last meeting. Those 80 units are contributing on an annual basis under this community facility district $52,080 per year. And then a week or meeting or two earlier, you approved a 20-unit apartment project from Mr. Castillo, and he's still here, and he was tagged with that same community facility district, and so his project is paying a little over $13,000 a year. Adding those up, just what has been done in the last 2 months, there is $377,580 per year that goes into the community facility district. And there are other contributors paying into the community facility district. I have been imposing that as a condition, and it's been endorsed by the commission and the council every time. And so there is funds available to address the critical fire needs, as well as other needs that the police department may have, parks and recreation, needs for utilities, what have you, on an annual basis. And so this is part of the solution. It's not the whole solution, but it is part of the solution. When you looked at the project last meeting, that was the, here we are, that was by the Tierra Santas project. We talked about the same thing. You know, the idea that while they were contributing, there was still some unmet fire needs for that project. And you imposed a condition on that project Condition number 12, that the developer shall work with the city to seek funding through grants or other various sources to address additional firefighting resources in terms of personnel and equipment. And so that was imposed as a condition. It's the executive director of Visionary Homes, which was that particular proponent, the builder and owner of that project, indicated that she'd be happy to put their resources to try to help the city to find other monies for police and fire services and fire protection services specifically. And so that was adopted. That condition is available to you as well. You can add that condition on this project. And it's a partial solution. And I think that's the key here, is that the city doesn't have a total solution at this time to get a new fire station or to have new fire trucks or to have additional fire personnel. And so this is part of the solution, but this solution will come over time as these annual assessments grow and develop. And just like using a personal budget, you have to save a little bit and then you partially do it and you continue to build on that need. So that's what we have before us. Now, as I mentioned before, if you have any questions on the environmental, it's pretty detailed and pretty complicated, so we do have standing by the environmental consultant that worked on this. He's on the phone. We also have the applicant's engineer, and I'm sure they, after you ask and answer questions from me, I'm sure they want to have some time so they can give you their proposal and maybe emphasize different things than I emphasized. And so I'd like to end my remarks at this point and be open for questions.
Thank you, Randy. Bring it to council for questions at this time. Council, questions, clarifications?
Yes, a couple of questions. Is there any plans or is there any mention of solar power panels for in this project?
I will let the applicant speak to that. I believe that there are new building code requirements regarding solar. They're required for single-family homes, and so we're doing that in the building department. And so my assumption is the same applies for multifamily homes, but I'll let them answer.
Was the developer here present today? A representative? You want to come up here and introduce yourself, please? Thank you.
Hello, I'm Haran Singera with GDR Engineering, representing the applicant. Just to give you some background on the project, Randy was pretty complete with his presentation, so I'd like to thank him for that. Makes my job a little bit easier. The property here is zoned and has the general plan designation for high-density residential, so this project that the client had in mind was a good fit for this area, and they were happy to find that out, and they were happy when discussing with city staff in the beginning that they would be able to provide something that would help the city and be something within their own vision as well. Like Randy mentioned, this would fulfill both the general plan and the city's housing element. If you can pull up the slide that had the site plan on it.
Sure.
I just wanted to clarify a few things. I know Randy had his laser pointer and he was pointing, trying to show us where certain things are. I just want to correct a few things.
Sure.
You mentioned the main entrance was down there at the southern portion of the frontage. It's actually in the center.
Yeah, right there.
Yeah. So there's actually like a turnaround when you enter the site, and then the gate is set further back. So, if someone accidentally turned in or they want to make a U-turn, they could. You also mentioned that building to the south of that entrance was the community building. The community building's actually set further back. As you come in through the main entrance, that's the community building there, the 2-story. And I wanted to point out a few of the outdoor amenities that didn't get mentioned. So you have the swimming pool, the barbecue areas, and then you have like a playground equipment area. And then I think you pretty much got everything else. I do want to bring up that area that isn't part of the development that's north of the entrance. So that's an existing residence. And we did actually make an effort to create sort of like a buffer for them. So you'll notice that there's no buildings directly adjacent to their property, and that we're providing landscaping, so we'll have like a landscape buffer along with a fence.
Can I ask a question real quick while you're there?
Yeah, no problem.
So you did mention there's some grass areas, like kind of like a park area, they're mainly water basins, right?
They're dual use. So the side slopes allow them to be used, as parks, and they'll be easy to mow, and you can see them there, those two big green areas. So you have one that will function as a dog park, and one will function as a, play area, grassed area, play soccer.
Yeah.
Anything the residents would want to do there.
And so you also mentioned that, actually you already answered part of my question, that there's going to be like a play area, kind of like playground.
Yeah, like playground equipment for the kids and stuff. You can see that area. It's, I'd say northeast of the community building. You see that like brown area.
Okay, and are there any ideas about like a basketball court? Because kids...
Well, there's the room for it, and the idea has been played with, but that'll come, as we go further into planning this and laying everything out.
Okay. Yeah. And so, my next question was related to the solar panels.
Yeah, so obviously, as Randy mentioned, there's, I think, building requirements as far as installing solar, and we've looked into solar even outside of those requirements as something that, would be sustainable and be a good fit for this project.
So there is going to be solar panels?
Yeah, there are more likely than not be solar involved in this project, whether it be on the buildings themselves or carports or mixture of the two.
But you don't know yet if it's going to be either or both?
I don't know whether it'll be either or both. Yeah.
But there's going to be...
But there will be solar panels.
Enough, which is required now by the new...
At minimum, what is required, if not more.
Okay. Let's see. And I don't know who can answer this. In regards to traffic safety, I know that there was mentioned that the road or the part of that road right in front of the project will be widened to a two-car lane, but that's about it. Then it's going to go into a one-car lane. Is that it? I'm assuming that's it, right? I mean, because then otherwise, with the high school right next to it, I'm just concerned about traffic, the traffic situation as it is right now. They have 1,300 kids. That's, not everybody drives, but it does get congested at times. Is there any thinking about that? Because that was not addressed in...
As far as any mitigation related to traffic created by this project or adjacent to this project or in the city, as a total, it would have been addressed in the traffic study as part of the EIR. And we do have Charlie Simpson on the line, and he could elaborate on how it was prepared or what was considered.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Yep.
Charlie, you're on the line. You want to tackle that question?
Yes. Hi, this is Charlie Simpson. Can you hear me okay? This is my first time weighing in here after
Yes, we could hear you good.
3 hours, so. Okay, good. So yes, the EIR included preparation of a traffic study by a professional traffic engineer. And, the traffic study analyzed the traffic generation that would come from the apartment during what is considered the peak hours of traffic, which are usually in the morning during the commute period, and in the afternoon in the reverse commute, coming home time. So the first morning commute, AM peak hour, is coincident with the school arrival times, and the traffic study did not identify any significant effects there. So that's the worst time of the day. The study also considered whether, what the improvements would be as a part of the project, and those would accommodate the traffic that would be generated by the apartments. And where Main Street transitions to the 2-lane out of town is a place where the traffic demand would be greatly reduced, and you wouldn't need widening in that section of the street. And this is a common situation in urban areas that are adjacent to rural, where you come in on the rural road, and all of a sudden you're in the widened road in the city, but that's where the widening is needed. So I hope I'm answering your question.
Yes.
I've got a little feedback here, so.
Yeah, there's like a 3-4 second delay, so you will probably be hearing some feedback. Another question that I have, because this traffic study does not address the possibility, and which seems very logical, and the possibility of residents using or going towards down Peach towards the freeway to Sultana. I'm not sure if it's Road Avenue, whatever that is, and towards the freeway, primarily if they're traveling south on 99. If they were traveling north, they would normally consider Winton Parkway, which is the most logical, but then again, that is the only freeway entrance that is being considered in this study. So I'm just not concerned, but it's just a question that comes up of why other options were not considered with access towards the freeway, like Peach.
Well, the traffic models are based on origins and destinations that are programmed into the model. And the way the model works is the way most of us think, is we want to take the most efficient way to get where we want to go. And so I'm certain that, the model revealed that the southern access to the freeway would be the one most often used by residents of the apartment, because it would be the closest. It would get them on the freeway sooner, and to get to Winton Parkway, that interchange requires quite a drive through town, and a number of turns, and so on. So I can't endorse or speak specifically to what the traffic engineer did, because I'm not that familiar with the study, but that's how those things work. I hope that makes sense.
Yeah, just to chime in, I did spend some time looking at the traffic, and it did indicate that there were shorter travel times by going to the Winton 99, going to the Hammett 99 interchange versus the Winton Parkway interchange. And so the residents in...
That's the point, Randy. Thank you.
Yeah, and so that's that would be the most logical destination for both the morning and the afternoon peak times. And so the traffic study did look at the effect of that traffic on the various city streets, and there are mitigations of contributing to some improvements of certain intersections and so forth. And so that's kind of listed in the mitigations program here. And so there's a lot to this with its analysis and all of the various mitigation measures, and necessarily because of its complexity, I didn't drag you through every little bit of that. But yeah, there are a lot of impacts that are associated with this project that will be provided.
Okay, thank you. And so in regards to, I guess one of the main concerns also, and also because of the concerns of some residents that have reached out to me, is does the city have the water supply that this project would need? Does the fire department have the adequate, some of it was already mentioned, and I know that this was brought up at the last project, at the last meeting that was approved, and there was some kind of consensus or agreement per se. How would we be able to deal with this project, and specifically regarding the three-story buildings? And the other question before I stop asking questions was related to the mitigation overriding, or the
Statement of overriding considerations?
yes. I mean, well, it's already stated how it might affect the project, because the profit, there'll be more expenses to the project. But how would it affect the city? How would it affect future projects by not moving forward with what could be recommended in not having this overriding measure?
Well, I'll try to address it, Charlie, and then you can correct me if I'm not accurate. But the city...
Are you going to take the statement of override one first, Randy? Sounded like there were 4 issues in there, beginning with the water supply, the fire department, maybe 3, then the statement of override. But why don't you invite me to speak whenever you like me to? I'll jump in.
Well, I'll start with, in terms of the water issues and drainage issues and sewer issues. Those, in fact, were analyzed, and the material came from our own city Public Works Department. And so the consultant worked with our Public Works Department and our city engineers when deciding analyzing the impacts, and yes, they did say there was sufficient water for this. And yes, they said there was sufficient treatment capacity for this. And part of the drainage is going to be handled by those open areas. There's going to be some on-site retention. And so, so those were issues that were addressed. We contacted and worked closely with our local experts, and so those are the mitigations that have been included in this. Now, when it comes to the impact for the loss of the foraging habitat, that's why we're suggesting an overriding considerations. In all respects, if we even went with a paying for mitigation measures by paying into a mitigation, mitigation bank, that would provide for foraging habitat off-site, out of the city, So that may rear, sorry, that may rear its head down the line because we have an identified active Swenson's hawk habitat. So that may be mitigations that we would have to look at down the road, particularly in this area of the city as we develop in the future. But so it may have an impact, but again, the city has choices. The city has the power under the California Environmental Quality Act to have these statement of overriding considerations. And, you know, as I mentioned, it's a balancing act. The extra cost associated with paying those mitigation fees makes the project less affordable to the community that we're trying to reach. And so it's a balancing act. The city is trying to respond to a lot of pressure from the state for housing. And you know, I'm sure you're aware of that and seen it on the popular news and so forth. Senate Bill 9, you know, is a key part of that by saying that strictly single-family zoning will be changed to allow for duplexes in any single-family lot and subject to some certain conditions. And so that's an effort on the part of the state to try to force cities to have more housing opportunities. Here, we're extremely fortunate that this is a major housing opportunity that has come to the city. I would venture to say by moving forward with this project, we would meet a lot of our housing opportunities as well as our general plan housing goals. And so, you know, to put it in kind of crude terms, this will get the state off our backs. And so, so that's one of the overriding considerations, is that to, you know, make this so it can be more affordable, that we don't require mitigation measures for the loss of Swenson's hawk foraging habitat. Do you want to chime in with anything that
Yes. So how much is that actual or the rough number that this mitigation would require if needed it to be done?
Okay, I think we did get some rough estimates. I think, Charlie, do you recall
I
what
can
those
speak
were?
to that.
Okay.
Yeah, we initially, the mitigation number was something in the range of $10,000 to $12,000, $13,000, something like that. And over time, we were able to find organizations to run these mitigation banks that could reduce the cost down to in the range of $6,000 or $7,000, like that. So that's where it stands right now. We had, at least as of several months ago, documented willingness to mitigate the bank to sell the credit for that much, $6,000 to $7,000, as I recall.
So that is $6,000 to $7,000 per acre?
Yes.
And how many acres?
This is
17.3, I think is the number.
So
Yeah,
roughly it would be like 90,000, 17 times 6, like 92,000 more or less.
I'll get you the number. So I'll say 6,000 an acre times the 17.3. That's almost $104,000. It's $103,800.
Okay, those are all the questions that I have at this moment. Thank you.
Okay, Randy, could I add a little bit to what you were saying earlier?
Sure, please.
Yeah. It sounds to me like one of the questions that's coming up for the council members is, you know, what are we doing here, and is this going to bite us later if we do this thing? And, you know, as if there were something wrong with it. And the fact is that CEQA provides, in fact, I guess it provides the opportunity for the council to determine locally what the needs are that you need to meet. And you can do that on a project-by-project basis. So the simple fact that you override the need for the mitigation on this project doesn't commit you to doing it on any other project. This is a special case. There is a lot of benefits to be reaped by the city. The potential benefits are outlined in the statement of override. They're not just because the developer thinks it's too much money to spend on mitigation, but as Randy mentioned, the size of the project and the benefits to the city in terms of providing additional housing and the other benefits that go along with it. So, you know, it's I guess the environmental determinations don't take place in a vacuum. It was intended when they passed this law 50 years ago that this balancing act would occur and would occur with regularity because they made it a specific point in the law that this was not just allowed and not just, you know, under duress or something, but that this is the council's responsibility to make the best decision possible for the city. So I'll call it good there.
Thank you. Council, any further questions at this time or comments? Council? No? For me, I just want to mention that, you know, it's a very big project. Of course, housing in the city is needed. So I appreciate you guys taking the time, you know, going forward with the project. Obviously, I think we share some of the concerns up here that were mentioned by Council Member Jose Moran, like the traffic situation, how is that going to be impacted and addressed, crosswalks and such for the kids walking to the high school, for example. Well, you know, obviously a 3-story buildings with no elevators, you know, having access to those top floors for emergency situations or just in general, you know. I know it's kind of a similar situation or similar concerns we had from the previous last council meeting. Right. Obviously, the big concern is ability to fight fire, you know, in those buildings, the capacity we currently have versus what we're going to need. I know we added that condition of approval on the other one. Would you guys be willing to, what do you guys think about that, adding that condition of approval?
Could you elaborate what that condition was?
If I may just read it, the developer shall work with the city to seek funding through grants and other various sources to address additional firefighting resources in terms of personnel and equipment.
I'd say that the client and the developer here is willing to work with the city to provide the best project and the best outcome for the community as a whole, yes.
And then obviously this is a significantly larger project than the previous one discussed at the other council meeting. So, I mean, we would appreciate, you know, having to work together and make that a possibility. At this moment, council, no other questions or comments, concerns?
And just hearing about your traffic analysis going out towards Hammett and Peach, taking into consideration that many of our families and even the potential families that would be housed in your units would have children that would go to schools here, which are on that side of town, towards Livingston Middle School, and on their way out, perhaps going to work in the surrounding cities heading north. It does happen. So we have schools along Main Street and back towards the Winton Parkway exit. So again, not considering that in the analysis really raises some question about your traffic study, because many of those families will have children, considering that those are the homes that you're providing is 2 and 3 bedrooms. And also in regards to item number 12, I realize that that was a suggestion that was brought up. I believe I made that suggestion, but I'd like to see that quantified. It absolutely means nothing when we say that we should work together. It should be that we will work together, because that could be something as vague as, yeah, I researched some funding, some grants, and that's what's going to be reported out. How are we working together? What specifics are we looking at in regards to personnel and equipment? Saying that we'll work together is great, but it doesn't mean too much or anything if we don't quantify what we really want. And again, what we really want is the safety of our children and our families in regards to having 3-story buildings, and how emergency personnel is going to get through congested traffic without widening the roads before your project comes into play. So again, those are some of the concerns that I have in regards to the project, is the traffic analysis isn't complete, and that we are jeopardizing the safety of our families if we do not have the resources already available to be put in place to serve the families that would occupy such a big, all the units that your project will provide.
And that leads to another question I have in regards to timelines. What does the timeline look like? You guys are going to be working, doing this project in phases?
Yeah, I wanted to touch on that. That was my next point, that this is a large-scale, long-term project. We're not going to build 480 units overnight, right? The plan is to phase. There will be 3 to 4 phases. Obviously, market conditions will control, what the phases entice and how big they are and how fast they come, right? The first phase will be, the brunt of the work. There'll be a lot of backbone infrastructure for the site, the main street improvements, the frontage improvements, as well as, this wasn't brought up earlier, but there's an existing MID irrigation canal on the property, and that canal will need to be undergrounded and piped as part of the start of this project. We can't start construction until we get that underground. And that's where a lot of the big cost is coming from to try to get this project going in the first phase.
Thank you. Council, any other questions, concerns, comments? Are we going to take it out for public comment at this time? Do we have any public comment? Go ahead.
Okay. I've sitting down too long. Mike Torres. First question, back to the elevators. Is there any elevators on any of those buildings that 3-story?
All of the buildings are 3 stories.
They all have elevators?
They do not.
That's what I mean, yeah. Now, does, the last time I was here was on the B project. That's where I started out with the elevators. When I went a little bit further from then, I went and checked some more, and I went all the way down to the United States Bureau of Justice in Washington, and there is laws. They say to look under the Bear Housing Act, and you'll find out that there's supposed to be an elevator. You can check yourself. But does Livingston have a height for R3 housing?
There is a code height requirement. It is less.
I don't think we have it
here, but the height of this building is well within the height requirement for.
Yeah, but do we have an ordinance for height?
Yes, it's part of the zoning ordinance.
Okay. So that means if somebody comes in, they can't build a 4-story.
I can't say for certain right now, but a 4-story does require elevators. That's the magic cutoff point in the building code.
Well, that's what I mean. I mean, even yourself, what would you say that you would need an elevator then? At what height, if we don't know if we can build a 4-story?
So what we're looking at is roughly each story in round numbers is roughly 12 feet. And so we're looking at, I think I've got it in my report, how high this is. And a 4-story would be 12 feet higher. So,
yeah, because without an elevator, it's very inconvenient for taking mattresses up and refrigerators or medical. If carry up the gurney up the stairs.
this is all true.
Every little thing that you would need to get up there. And I'm not, I like the project. It's not for me. I probably wouldn't even live there, but I mean, just for it being right. I mean, like I said before, if you have a family or a friend that lives up in the 3rd story, and you're going to want to have up there and have dinner, how are you going to get that handicap guy up there?
The peak, the highest point on the roof of these buildings are 38 feet 9 inches. And so that's 3 stories.
That's a 3-story.
That's 3 stories. All of them are 3 stories, except for the community building, that's 2 stories.
So in our code book, the council members, we don't have an ordinance of the elevators on any height of a R3. We have ordinance on how high R1.
No, we have a maximum height on R3. We have a maximum height in every zone. I don't have the code book with me right here, and I haven't committed to memory. But yeah, the height limitation for R3 is less than 40 feet.
So this is what I mean.
No, I mean height limitation is greater than 40 feet.
If some developer had enough money to come in here and try to build one for 4-story, he wouldn't be able to.
I'd have to look at the code. I just don't have that. Do you want me to go get the code book?
Well, I don't want to take all that time up tonight, but it's very late.
Could we get back to him in regards to that question? Could we provide your contact information so we could get back to you with regards to that specific question?
Like I say, there's regulations on that. I mean, he can find that out just like I did. But I just want to think it over, because I mean, if you want to take king-size mattress up the stairs or whatever, you know. So like I say, it's not just for me, it's just to make it right. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. We do share that concern. The developer consider elevators just during the project by any chance?
Good evening. I'm Max Garcia, one of the principals of GDR Engineering. And got to say that Mike and I went to high school together, so we're all Livingston alumni here. I still live in Livingston. My office is in Ceres. But just taking this minute to say I'm very proud of this project. I think it's one of the nicer projects our firm has worked on. I'm happy it's in Livingston. It's a privately funded project. There's no state or federal money here. So there's no help on the rents. You know, this is whatever it costs to build, whatever the annual fees, that all has to factor into the rents that these people will have to pay. So that's why we're trying to keep it as affordable as possible and still be market rates. You know, I'm familiar with Livingston, lived here my whole life. So, you know, we're trying to provide housing for what we feel, you know, market rates and what people can afford, you know, that live in Livingston. I'm going to go off. We'll go back to the Swinson Hawk mitigation. Doesn't sound like much, but there's a lot of fees involved here. The first phase is very expensive to build because of the MID canal. You're talking about $700,000-800,000 just for that undergrounding that canal. The widening of Main Street, building the community center and the entry. All that is in that first phase. So this will be phased, and we'll build it in phases as the market demand rises. We're not going to build buildings that sit there vacant. As far as the elevators, we're not completely finished looking into that item. They're not required by ordinance, your ordinances or the state ordinances for a 3-story building. If there was some way we can fit those in and still keep the market rates, because elevators do increase the cost and maintenance costs of the buildings tremendously. That has to be passed on again to the renters. So we're looking at all those ways of trying to keep the costs the best we can for the community, which are the people who you people are also looking out for. The Swinson Hawk issue, that benefits the city basically zero. That money goes to buying land outside the city for Swinson Hawk habitat. Okay, Swinson Hawk flies around and picks up mice and gophers off these vacant sites or fields. You know, I live less than a quarter mile away from this site, and there's a lot of gophers and mice that Swinson Hawk can pick up on my place. So to pay an agency 20 or 30 miles away for mitigation when we have so much land here already available for this, which it benefits the city or the residents of this facility, zero. It just increases their rents. We see that as a benefit to the city, to the residents and the state, because the state wants you to have these affordable housing and multi-housing for all your residents. So, again, you know, we're still looking at the elevators. Right now, we're probably looking that we won't be able to afford those. But as we see, we're going to build this in phases. Later on, if we see a need or a need comes up, we can always add those if the rents allow it. But again, I'm trying to be as, you know, this is a privately funded project, and there's not like where we can just, you know, ask the state to give us more money or the feds. That's not going to work here. So if you have any questions, but all we're trying to do is keep the rents the best we can for the residents of Livingston. And I'm a resident of Livingston myself, so thank you.
Thank you, sir.
If I may ask, while you're there?
Yes.
So actually, you mentioned something really important in regards to affordable rents. Do we have an idea what those affordable rents will look like?
Well, it's going to depend when we're around, you know, getting ready to build this and what the rates allow us to, you know, to look at. I don't know. That's not my area of expertise, but that's going to be looked at by the experts, yes. But I don't know right at this time what those are. But I do know more it costs to build a project, more they're going to have to charge for the rents. That's easy mathematics.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other public comment?
City of Livingston, City Council, Mayor, the formidable tribe that's still here at the City of Livingston. Colette Alvarez, P.O. Box 255, Livingston, California. There are several things that I'd like to review. One, if we put up the site map with the city limits, you will see that this proposed project is on the southern and the east side of the city limits. And you will see that it is a growth-inducing project. Do not certify your EIR because it has not been taken in consideration. What will happen to this area here, that's all agriculture, when you put that much of a proposed project on the outside? So on the very, very outside, just right next to the agricultural community, you're putting a big project, a project that is large for the city of Livingston. You are putting almost 500 apartments right next to agriculture. And in your EIR, you're saying there's no significant impacts to the ag. We don't have to address it. I keep hearing that the 1999 general plan this is high density, so it's okay. But what the city of Livingston did in 1999 under their general plan is they pulled a fast one. They said, we will not designate any land agriculture. This is one reason why the courts throughout of the 2025 proposed general plan that was invalid, because the city of Livingston did not give an agriculture designation. So that wrongdoing on Livingston is being rubbed in the agricultural's face. We don't have an agricultural designation for you. It was wrong in 1999. In your 1992 general plan, you had an ag designation. But we have to look at the historical use of the land. The historical use of the land is agriculture. Growth inducing on the eastern side and south side of city limits. Do not certify your EIR there. On your traffic analysis, most efficient way to go. I just want to say, Hal Mail, Women do things the most efficient way. I'm a mom. I'm living in one of these complexes. I've got a middle school kid. Drop this kid off the middle school. I need to get gas. I'm going to Winton Parkway. I'm coming home. Oh, what am I going to fix for dinner? I'm coming down Winton Parkway because I want to utilize the grocery stores on my closest way to home. Oh no, my kid's sick. Okay, I'll make an appointment, or I have to do a checkup. I'll make an appointment at the medical center, which is by Winton Parkway, on my way to school, or a dental appointment. There's all sorts of medical facilities there. Oh, got to go pick up my pharmacy. I am on, well, I don't know, high blood pressure, diabetes, whatever medicine you want to pick of choice. Let me go through the drive-through on my way home or on my way to work. We will go the most efficient way. The most efficient way for many of us will be through Winton Parkway. It's naive. It is ignorant to say everybody is going to ham it. And in this document, you said that that people are going to be commuting north. They're going to go north, not south, to go north on 99. People hate going that wrong direction. When they have to go north, they want to go north. They don't want to go to south and then backtrack. It's just the way the human being is made. And some women and some guys just love their Starbucks. Don't ask me why. Not a coffee drinker, not endorsing them. But they're going to go Winton Parkway just so they can have their coffee. Love your neighbor as yourself. If we bring up that site plan, the poor house that's in the middle, you know, and they said, oh, we're going to put vegetation. At the very least, what needs to be done, I don't think you should do the project, but at the very least, what needs to be done is put up the walls like they have on a freeway. Put up those sound barriers. You're putting a road right next to these poor people's house. The other one is an emergency vehicle road. What's going to happen in the middle of the night? The sirens are going to be going off. The lights are going to be flashing. These poor people are going to be woken up all night long. People are not going to say, oh, it's 8 o'clock, I'll be home, and not driving down that road. Put up cement sound barriers at the very least. Regarding elevators, I don't know where you guys get the state doesn't require it and all that. I know when Hillmar Covenant did their remodel of their church, they were required to put in an elevator. I know when New Life in Turlock did their new building, they were required to put in an elevator. Both of those are two levels. So I don't know how you guys are saying that, hey, 3 levels, we don't need an elevator. I don't think it's going to wash with the ADA compliance. And give your emergency personnel a break. My question is, how wide are the stairwells? The stairwells on the community center are shaped in a U. Are these shaped in a U? Have you guys carried a 200-person down a stairwell? Before you vote for this project, go to someplace, maybe Motel 6 has a stairwell. Go to someplace that has a stairwell and carry one of you guys, lay down, that's about 200 pounds. I'm not asking for what your weight is. Practice carrying them up and down the stairwells a couple times. Be kind to your emergency personnel. You had a moment of silence. You know, ankles, backs, knees. We want our emergency personnel to last. They've been highly trained, and we need them. We don't want to exhaust them, not to mention the delay. If somebody has to be carried down a stairwell, they can't. The EMT comes out. There's 2 people with a gurney. The gurney can't make it upstairs. They go up, they help them. They have to call the fire department for a body bag to carry them. They got this little cloth sack they put them in. That is a delay in getting to the emergency room. Talking about widening the traffic, 25 feet. What's 25 feet going to get you? On your growth-inducing project, you're widening the road 110 feet going out to the country. Yet you guys are saying, or this plan is saying, oh, we're not going to have traffic going out that way. Why are you widening the road 110 feet if traffic's not going out that way? Doesn't make sense. You're widening the road 85 feet for 25 feet. What's that going to get you? You have homes there. And it was really telling when it said in the response to my comment, we don't need to do the development of the roads yet because the need for traffic hasn't been there. So that means you're planning on widening the roads. What's going to happen to people's homes? People are living there. They've dreamed of these houses. Are you going to take their property to widen the road? In fact, the comment that was made was that they're going to have the traffic analysis. These homes, the single bedroom, when I did the math, is 750 square feet. The double is 975, and the 3-bedroom is 1,200. How many people are going to be living in these homes? If we're talking about 400 homes approximately of 2- and 3-bedroom. If we assume 2 drivers per home, that's 800 cars. We only have, 500 and some parking spaces? Now we have a community center. People are going to come visit. We have a function. Okay, it's the weekend, most people are home. Now we're going to have a party at the community center. Where are they going to park? They're going to park on the streets. But we have to widen the streets and take away people's yards. This project, we have to think about all of these things. If the stairwell is a U-shaped, and the width of the stairwell, is it wide enough to get 4 people carrying a body bag where 2 are on each side down it? On the U-shaped, how are you going to make that turn? Can a gurney be fit up it? And as Mr. Torres said, could a mattress and a refrigerator go up? We need to see the engineering dimensions for that stairwell. We keep hearing about how they want to make this affordable for residents and market rates. What amount of money are we talking about? It sounds to me like they're building a very nice, very luxurious apartment complex. And I think they're going to charge accordingly. Unless they give me a hard figure on what the rates are going to be, we don't know. Is it $1,000 for a single? Is it $2,000 for a single? I like Mr. Torres's comment about how will people get up that are handicapped for the 2nd or 3rd story. Maybe your 2nd and 3rd story people are very healthy. Maybe they will never have an emergency. Are you going to say if you're over a certain weight requirement, you can't be on the 3rd story because our emergency personnel can't get to you? But what if grandma wants to come visit? You've excluded them. Water. We have water quality issues in Livingston, and we have water supply issues. Right now, we're trying to mix the water and all of that, and it's costing more money. These water issues are real. And saying, oh, well, this study says we have enough. We are living the water issues, and it's not working. I think those are my highlights. I gave you my written comments in there, and I also cite my other written comments. Build us a community. Oh, before I go, one of the things that really, really stood out to me is on page 5 of my comments. It referred to, it would be if the emergency roads and the routes and evacuation routes are congested, it would be short-term or during predictable periods, such as school dismissal times, allowing emergent services providers to make informed choices regarding alternate routes. How short-term period of time is acceptable for a delay because of congestion? And what alternative routes have been identified? Just putting it in here doesn't make it so. You really need to do your traffic analysis, protect your agricultural land. It is a growth-inducing project. Get at least this highway cement walls around these poor people's project, because what you guys are doing is not nice. It's not loving your neighbor as yourself. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Good evening again. There was some, Citizen made some good comments. However, I think they were not taken in proper context. Yes, a lot of our folks do go to work, come back and say, I'm gonna shop nearby and pick up my groceries from Livingston. I think that's great. Our own people are getting jobs, we're getting the sales tax. If they're going to, if people that are addicted to Starbucks, and the people are, I get it. If it's not one in Livingston, they're gonna go to Atwater or Turlock. Somebody lost a job, somebody doesn't have a job. And also, this project is gonna go in phases. There's gonna be time to adjust, see what's wrong and change it. Think about this many apartments being put in as a single family residential. How much land is that gonna take? That's gonna take a lot of land. It's gonna take a lot of resources as well. And I don't know, nobody can tell us what the rent price is gonna be. They said it would be the market price. Yes, right now, Livingston has unaffordable rents because there's no inventory for them to go to get an apartment. You can't find an apartment in Livingston, so people can charge whatever they want. The more inventory you have, the more choices, the prices tend to come down. And also, does Livingston really, really, really want subsidized housing and nothing else? We need to have a mixture of availabilities. Some data for the folks that are, need assistance, sure. But there are a lot of families out there, they're starting out, they're not gonna qualify for subsidized housing, and they're probably not exactly ready to get a home. So this would be a good alternative for them to start their family on and start their whatever they wanna do. That is worth it, it is good. As far as growth inducing, sure, if you put something on this side, I know that everybody's been saying, hey, how come we don't have people go through Hammett or maybe down the road through Sultana? If we put some growth that way, it's gonna take off the pressure from Winton Parkway. It will. To me, nobody is gonna go and make special trips. That people are gonna get groceries, they're gonna get everything, but if they're not getting it here, they're getting it somewhere. Do you folks really, really want to have every resident go out of town for their needs? We're already losing probably, I don't know, I'm gonna guess this number, about 80 to 85% of the sales outside. The more growth, other businesses will see, hey, we can now put this service here and it will be, we have the people to come and get it. So they will open it up. It's actually better. It'll create jobs. So because our people are looking for jobs, more sales tax, and this is gonna pay for it itself. I don't see how it's hurting. Now, I do understand and I agree with the fire department, I know they're gonna speak next, that issue kind of needs to be worked out a little bit maybe, see like was mentioned, help us get a grant or something, or what can we do? It can happen. But if we don't allow this, then we're saying no to other businesses. Hey, don't come to Livingston if you got a nice project, because we're more worried about our people going to Starbucks to get coffee than we are about your project. That doesn't send out a good signal either, To me, we've been looking for growth. I know that our interim city manager says, we're gonna bring in business, we're gonna bring in projects. Don't turn this one away. It is needed. In fact, we need to build more homes. We need to grow. And that's how we're gonna get businesses. Maybe we'll get something that, another Starbucks in the corner, maybe that'll help to split the traffic. So thank you very much, and I hope that you guys approve this project. Thank you. Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. Sorry about that.
That's okay.
Sorry.
So real quick, try to make this really quick. It's getting late, and I'm sure everybody's tired. So just first thing, not to say that I'm opposed to the project. Housing for Livingston is needed. We make that point. Not opposed to having apartments. But the sake for just growth versus responsible growth, there's two different things. One, I'm going to use the example I used for our last project. Now, not every project is designed the same. Every project is individualized, different. Hazards are different. This one is a higher hazard compared to the last projects we looked at. So, going with that. So for some education, we do have a 3-story building in the city of Livingston. There's a difference. One, well, as I said before, we have 360-degree access to that building. It's not the same as an apartment complex. Apartments are high hazard because people can cook in them. The apartment or the Motel 6 does not have cooking facilities. It may have one for the person who stays there and manages the place. But not every resident at the Motel 6 is cooking, and they're transient. They're not there every day. When you're looking at an apartment complex like this, you have people that are there 24 hours a day. They're cooking. That's the highest hazard and the biggest causes of fire of any type. So that is why it's a high hazard. Why it's a concern for the fire department. One, we don't have access to these buildings on all 360, degrees around them. To get onto the roof of this building requires a 35-foot ladder. The fire engine that goes down the street is not equipped with a 35-foot ladder. A fire truck is by design. The fire department I know does carry 35-foot ladders on one piece of equipment, on their water trucks. A water truck is not dispatched to a location that has adequate water. This place will have hydrants. The fire department does not dispatch water trucks to a place that doesn't require additional water. So there's that. Additionally, the fact that our station is a 1-0 staff station, under the standards for a 3-story building, you immediately need 2 people to respond to this place if there's a fire. The purpose for that is because of the sheer complexity and size of the buildings. You need the additional eyes for the safety of, one, the people that are being evacuated and the safety of the crews that are coming on board. So those are all things to consider. If these were 2-story buildings, I wouldn't be here talking about it because we can manage a 2-story building. We have 2-story apartment complexes in the city of Livingston that meet this classification. When you start out in the 3rd story, it adds a different level of hazard for access for us, just in general. How do you get to the top of a building to do ventilation? How do you rescue a person from the top? You need additional equipment. Again, I'm not opposed to the project as in the sense that we do need apartments. We need more housing for our community. I am not opposed to that. It's strictly the sheer magnitude and the amount of 3-story buildings. So with that, then affects our ISO rating. So as the insurers that insure us to have our homes, they base everything off a third party who gathers the information about our department and our city. Having a new high hazard, they look at our department and says, can the department adequately provide services for the entire community? As soon as that goes in, we can't. Our rating comes down. Merced County has just decreased they're going to decrease the amount of fire stations. They've already done it. They've already closed one down to increase staffing in other places. This morning, the Board of Supervisors completely removed their fire prevention office. So they're decreasing services. So their ISO ratings could then now go down, which then will affect our ISO ratings because they're the ones who respond to our community. So our insurance rates will go up just by adding affordable housing. Well, hopefully affordable housing. So things to consider. So between not meeting the standards that we require to be successful, we're putting on a disadvantage. And that's the thing that I want the council to understand. We need the housing, great, we should do it, but it should be responsible, and it should accommodate the services that we're providing. Or we need to figure out a way to get those services before these buildings get put up. Because as soon as the building's there, we can't remove the building. So it's up. But understand that the dynamics of between what we have currently and what's going to be put in, even though it's in phases, will affect us as a whole. So yeah, with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Jose.
David Bates, longtime resident. I have a couple of concerns. I'll get to the other part of Mr. Flores' comments shortly, but first, I have the concern that of the complex itself down the road. Let's go into the future here 10, 20 years. Take a look at it now. Let's take a look at it, just kind of envision it in 10 or 20 years. Now let's go and take a look at some of the apartment complexes we have in town now, and let's go in reverse and let's look at them right now. And let's think back, if you've been here for that long, think back to what they looked like 20 years ago. Are you seeing where I'm going with this? Many of these apartment complexes that we have in town now, even as few as 10 years ago, but going back 20, 30 years, were fairly decent little apartment complexes. And now, look at a lot of them in town. And I can, right off the top of my head, rattle off several of them, that are in disrepair and quite frankly have become a blight on the city as far as I'm concerned. That they teeter on the edge of safe at best, and I think one thing that most of them have in common is absentee owners. People who are bringing in the rent money and just letting them go. And that concerns me. If you take a look at some of these apartment complexes around town with 10, 15, 20 units, and look how bad they look. My concern is how bad is something this size going to look in 30 years? I'm not saying that the owner of this complex necessarily needs to live in that complex, although it'd be nice, but there needs to be some way on the city's part to assure that we don't end up with what appears to be a very attractive complex, end up looking like many others in town. Because they're out of town, they're just collecting the rent money every month and not worrying about what's going on there, the quality of people that's in there, the condition of the property. Yeah, I'll fix it, push it down the road. Every year it's the same story. Yeah, we'll get to that. We'll upgrade the air conditioning, or yeah, we'll patch the walls, or yeah, don't worry, it's just siding. A little rot in the siding's no big deal. It's on the outside, don't worry about it. And that's what we see in a lot of these apartment complexes around town. And so that concerns me. The other thing is just the sheer size of the thing. I mean, this, upon completion, just on a conservative estimate, we're shooting the population at probably 1,200 people, and that in and of itself is a small community, and adding on to our relatively small city of Livingston. The number of people isn't. It's to be expected down the road, but in a concentration, in that kind of a concentration, that's quite a large number of people in a small space, and several things to consider there. I think a lot of it has been addressed as far as traffic and some of the other infrastructure issues that have been discussed tonight. And then finally, to kind of piggyback onto what Mr. Flores discussed earlier about the ISO rating, I don't want my insurance going up because fire department can't provide adequate protection to this. I don't live there. Mr. Torres, you want to see your insurance rates go up? I'm sure you don't. And that's what happens. It doesn't just affect the insurance rates for these folks here, the owners of this property. It affects every property owner and anybody in the city that has renter's insurance. Their rates all go up too, because ISO ratings aren't project or area specific. They're for a jurisdiction, and in this case, the jurisdiction is the city of Livingston. And so it potentially affects the insurance rates of anybody that pays insurance, property or homeowners, fire insurance. So that's another huge concern for me. I don't have a problem with the project per se. I think that the best thing that could be done with this project would be to scale it down slightly, and that would be to take the third story off those 20 buildings and bring them all down to 2-story buildings. I realize that that's 160 units that rent won't be collected on. I suppose the other option is to possibly add more buildings, add more 2-story buildings to try to regain some of that 160 units, or just go with, just take away the 160 units that'll be, that would come off the top floors of all 20 of those buildings. And I think that, considering the potential for safety issues, and I know there's been some discussion about, well, we can deal with it for a little while. It's not going to be that big of an issue to deal with for, a few years. That's a few years that we're at high risk, higher than necessary risk. That's a few years that folks are paying higher insurance rates than they needed to be paying. So again, I'm not necessarily opposed to the project itself, but I personally would like the council to seriously consider scaling it down by taking off the top floor of those 20 buildings and making the entire project a 2-story complex. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment regarding this item? Okay, we'll bring it back to council. Go ahead, Randy.
In response to some of the comments, the environmental consultant would like to address some of those. So if I could, with your permission, invite Charlie Simpson to weigh in.
Yes. Charlie, go ahead.
Thank you, council members. There were just a couple of things that were mentioned that I thought ought to be clarified. Suggestion was that they weren't addressed in the EIR, but in fact they were. So, and I think that because of all the comment about the traffic study, there should be a little bit more said about that. So those are the two subjects I'd like to just talk on for a second here. In terms of agriculture impacts and growth inducement, each of those subjects had an entire section of the EIR devoted. We went through the potential impacts on agriculture in detail. We talked about what would change on site. We talked about what would change in the surrounding areas as a result of the project. There would be an increase in pressure for development of other agricultural, but little or no direct impact on adjoining agriculture or nearby agriculture. There's no calamity in the offing for agriculture in the vicinity of the project. But more importantly, the growth inducement associated with this project site happened when they annexed the site and zoned it for apartment development. That was the intention of the city. I can only assume that that was their intention. They applied to LAFCO to annex that property into the city and to pre-zone it for apartment development. So this is the growth-inducing factor that's associated with that property. It was destined when the city annexed it for work on so many industrial projects. I keep wanting to say that, but for apartment development. So anyhow, that agriculture and growth inducement impacts were addressed in the EIR, and I haven't heard anything specific that counters the analysis and arguments that were presented in the document. So the other thing has to do with the traffic. And I think it's important, we are hearing from some of the public comments that, it's ridiculous that the traffic study is saying that everybody's going to the Hammett interchange and that nobody's going up to the Winton Parkway interchange, but that's not what the traffic study is about. Traffic study will never be able to account for all of the driver decisions that are made. The traffic study does not account for what citizen A does on their way to work or on their way home from work, or what errands they need to run, or which kids need to go to the clinic, or anything like that. That's completely not the function of the traffic study. The traffic study is a statistical analysis that points to where the major impacts of the project on traffic is going to be. The point of that is that where the project would concentrate additional traffic in areas that are already congested, that growth in traffic could be accounted for in mitigation measures. The rest of the changes in traffic are sure, people, a significant portion of the people maybe in that project will want to work their way up to Winton Parkway or work their way back home from Winton Parkway. But they're not occurring in numbers that are going to be problematic as a result of this specific project. What those trips are, those are a part of the phenomenon of urban development, which results in increased traffic on all streets. You add 480 units of apartment development, traffic will increase all over the city. Now, I'm not trying to say that's not a scary thing. We're talking about just random trip here and random trip there. And, this project, 80 units that the council approved up on B Street a month or two ago, and any other project that's approved in the city, those will all contribute to the general level of traffic movement in the city. So the point is, just to quickly summarize, the traffic study isn't meant to account for all that. The traffic study is just meant to account for the significant increases in traffic at specific locations in the city. And for that reason, the prediction that a lot of the commute traffic will go to Hammett is an appropriate one, because that appears to be the most direct route for future residents of the apartment to get to work or get out of the area destination or wherever it is they're going during their daily business. So the last thing I wanted to mention was water situation has been hinted as being a problem, but what we're dealing with in the EIR is how much water the city has, and that amount of water is well documented in the city's urban water management plan, which is required by the state to do every 5 years. And according to that plan, there is plenty of water supply for the city to use to meet its needs. And it's meeting a tremendous amount of industrial needs, that's several times the amount that is required to support. residential development. So there may be water problems. This well or that well may be may have some treatment issues that need to be addressed. I'm really not familiar with the water system at that level, but when it comes to the overall water supply in the city, the supply is there. It's there for normal years. It's there for multiple dry years, and that is what's considered an adequate water supply in California. So those are the points that I wanted to make. If you have any more questions of me, please let me know.
Thank you. Council, any questions specifically? Charlie? No? You have some questions?
Hi, Council. Mandeep Singh. Grew up here in Livingston. I have a couple questions. I just came to just observe, but hearing some of the citizens speak, I do have some questions regarding to this project. There have been a lot of buzzwords thrown around here, like affordable housing, market rates, which we all know what that means. Right now is not affordable. We don't know what the rent is going to be. We don't know when this project is going to be built. We don't know what phase is going to be completed when. This gentleman mentioned the second and third floors. The fire department mentioned the issues they have with this. So I'm kind of curious, like, what exactly are we approving today here? Is this sort of like a blank check for the project, like y'all can do whatever you want? Or is there requirements that you are requiring the developer to address these issues? Because to me, it seems like right now it's just these folks have some issues here. They're like, yeah, we will think about this. You know, we may even, I think Councilman Moran mentioned about, will you be helping the fire department look for, like help out with equipment and all that kind of stuff? And the gentleman engineer mentioned, we will do the best we can to help the city with some other like buzzwords thrown around, right? So I'm like very concerned that this is being thrown up here without anything sort of that's in promise. I know you mentioned that the state is on our back, and Governor Newsom just signed the zoning laws that are going to be opening up a lot of housing, right? So to me, it seems like there's going to be plenty more opportunities to invest in projects like this. As the fire gentleman mentioned, nobody's really opposed to housing here, but you got to make sure the growth does not become self-devouring growth. And oddly enough, I just finished this book by Julie Livingston, and the name of the book is Self-Devouring Growth. So I would urge the council to maybe think twice about this, have the developer come back, maybe with some elevators, because market rates are not affordable, as we know right now, right? As the other gentleman mentioned, maybe you got to scale this thing down a little bit, because they're already telling you they don't know what the phase when is going to be. So, just would urge you all, think about what you're doing here. I'd be curious also who owns the property and who's going to be selling the property to the developer if it's not already sold, or if it is already sold, what's going on there. So yeah, just those kind of questions in mind. I'm not really sure you all have the answers to those right now, but I'll be happy to provide my number to Mr. Kong here, and y'all can reach out to me. Also, the really reason I came was there's been this like dead skunk the size of I don't know if it's a skunk or some other animal on Walnut Street. This has been there for like 2 weeks in front of the children's, but we know where the fireworks happen. So like if the city can't take care of that, come on guys, what are we doing here? We're like projects like this huge, and I know I've seen some of you driving over there, so y'all have seen this too, right? So, this is some stuff that we need to think about deeply, and I hope you all do. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hey, Mandy, I think the developers are right there. I don't know if they want to answer your questions right now.
Let me just try to summarize. I'm not sure if I understood all the questions, but we've got fixed costs here. You know, like I mentioned, the MID canal is probably 700,000 to 800,000. We got the road, again, I can mention all those things we're going to cost. We start reducing units, our costs don't go down, they go up. So all of a sudden, you know, more affordable, trying to keep these affordable as we can, but reduce units, we have to raise the rents to make it work. That's just the way it works. That's the reason we've worked with staff to try to get the best project we could on this site. And we actually were encouraged to probably get more units so we could get some larger units in here because we didn't have those in the community. That was something the city really felt we needed. So we were able to get some of those in here by the way it was designed. This project is gated. I know there was concerns about what it's going to look like in 20 years. Well, I'll tell you, the investment that's here, it's going to look good in 20 years because that's why we've got gates. That's why we have community centers in there. Most of the ones that he might have been referring to are the ones that probably weren't designed properly, weren't really looked at, or weren't large enough to justify keeping them up. That's the other problem. As far as the fire department, and this is something that Mr. Hatch brought up earlier, the city adopted a fee in, I guess, 2018 or 19, that each unit would have to pay $651 a year for the police and fire. This is, not too many people are paying that because it'd be anybody that's built since 2018. This project alone is going to be bringing over, it's about $313,000 a year to the police and fire department that you don't get today. These are dollars that help not just this project, but everybody else this community, that lives in this community. So this is how we're going to help the fire department, is by giving them basically $300,000 a year that they can spend for services or people, whatever they need. So I don't know if there was any other questions, but those are the key ones I thought needed to be addressed.
I think there's another question.
You mentioned the $300,000 a year. So
Yes.
Does that only go to the fire department, or is that for public service? So police, public works. Because if you're saying $300,000 for fire department, that's a whole different story.
Well, I was told it was police and fire.
Yeah. So that's the thing.
Well, I don't make the ordinance. I'm just telling you what it is.
Yeah. So just because.
Vanessa will answer the.
Thank you. The CFD created, it pays for public safety, which includes police, fire, and also recreation services.
Now, that fee doesn't consider the higher hazard. It's a general, single family dwelling's paying this, but you get something that's a higher hazard. It doesn't calculate the fact that you need additional training and additional staffing. And so this is where the disconnect is, because yeah, we're going to get some impact fees, but do the impact fees reflect the project? Because something like this is not going to cover, let's say we do the 3 stories, we're going to get a truck. The truck requires additional staffing, additional training. It doesn't cover all that. And that's the problem. But yeah, we get some impact fees, but they were not going to cover the hazard that we just produced. And that's something that I want you guys to consider also, that we're not covering that in the impact fees that are being provided now. So.
Thank you, Jose. I have a question for the developer. I know that it was mentioned that obviously it's going to be work in phases and it's not a final product. Would you guys be willing to consider elevators, or at least look into that possibility in regards to the, based on the concerns that have been presented? Is that something you guys would be willing to work? Yes, please. Okay, thank you.
Again, the final design and what we're going to end up here is really just dependent on how much it costs us to get it going. Like I talked about, phase one has all these additional costs. Elevators can be considered. I mean, obviously the final design of building is still fluid, right? These are preliminary elevations, preliminary floor plans, and all that stuff.
Council, do you guys have any other questions, concerns, comments? Go ahead.
Yes, so if I understood you correctly, you're saying that all this is fluid, and even though, let's say that if it's approved, on your own, you will still be able to say, you know what, we feel like adding elevators to every single building. We're going to go ahead and do that. But otherwise, if it's not in writing right now, that is not a guarantee that is going to happen. I mean, we can say that we can consider it to include elevators, but it's not like it's going to happen, right?
I mean, yeah, I guess that's what that's basically, yeah, what it means. I can't guarantee that there will be an ability to put elevators in these buildings at this time because I can't predict the future.
Okay. And, okay. Would the builder or consider the cement sound barrier walls around that home? Are there walls now there, or is it just?
What is being proposed around? Oh, you're talking about the residence. That's
Yes,
the
yes.
out parcel there in the front, right?
Yes.
I believe it's being proposed as a landscape buffer with decorative fencing.
But not a.
No, there's no
sound barrier wall.
There's no masonry wall being proposed at the moment. No.
Okay. All right, thank you. I mean, the only other thing there's no more questions for me, but
Okay.
But to the rest of the council, one of the main, or two main concerns is still, the buildings being 3 stories, not having what we need to provide adequate service to it in regards to safety from the fire department. I know that we're hoping that we will get it in the future, that we will get a truck, that we will have a second fire station, that we can have more personnel, but we don't have a plan for that yet at this point to say, okay, it's going to be there in 2 years. We're going to have a fire station. We're going to have, 3-4 more full-time people working there, ready for response if when needed, and we're going to have a new truck, ready for when needed. It's just like we're hoping that we will get there, but the city of Livingston has been hoping for the last 15 years.
Longer,
right? So, I know we need housing. That's not the question, but the way it's being proposed, those are my concerns that, I'm trying to think of ways that they can be addressed and say, it makes sense. All of my concerns have been answered to satisfaction, and I don't want to feel 50-50 good or so. I want to feel 100% good. So those are just my top 2 concerns at this time.
Thank you. I'm in agreement. Obviously, like we stated, there's a housing need here, and it's a great, excellent, project, and it's great that it's coming into town. The 2 big concerns I have is the elevator situation, 3 floors. I totally get. I mean, I'm a volunteer firefighter, so I understand the need for elevators, especially for emergency situations.
No, we're not suggesting the elevators.
Yeah. The capacity.
Elevators are by occupancy. Just know that it's an occupancy requirement. So like somebody mentioned before, this is not that type of occupancy, but know that with the one restroom we have at the station, station to bring down a person,
Mhm.
3 flights of stairs is not adequate.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's, and the other concern is obviously the capacity to fight fire there, and obviously staffing, equipment, fire station. So it's definitely a concern. I'm thinking of the same thing of how we could resolve this and move forward with it. You know, I don't know if the council has any suggestions. I don't know, Randy, we could obviously put some conditions of approval with those 2 items, or at least, however, like on the previous apartment complex, we said it was more of a suggestion, or, you know, it's nothing guaranteed. So that's a concern. It's not a guarantee. You know, you could look into it and work together with the city. Obviously, we would trust that would happen, but it's not a guarantee. I don't know if we could move ahead, move along with a condition that we would come back together as a city and developer and come up with a solid plan for addressing those needs together. Is that a possibility, or based on your experience, Randy, in these types of situations, what has been done in the past or other jurisdictions? Or
Sure. Well, first off, the plans as presented and the conditions as proposed are meaningful. It's not rough estimates. The plan, in fact, one of the conditions in here is that the project would have to be built per plans. And if they want to deviate from that, it has to go to city review. And so, you know, earlier comment that this is still moving in loosey-goosey, it's not. Your approval isn't loosey-goosey, and it's not fluid. The issue of if they wanted to, on their own, put in elevators, you know, they'd come back to us and we would say, yeah, go ahead and do that. But if we said, well, you know, they come back and say, we really don't want to widen the road as proposed, that's not an option. So anyway, that's one comment. And can you put a condition that says that we're going to reevaluate and look at this? Yes, you can. I mean, you can have it tied to a specific number of units. You could say that half of the units, or 2/3 of the units, you pick the number, would be the limit that any building permits for greater than 300 units, pulling that out of the air, would have to be based upon renewed discussions with the developer as to the availability of fire services and other things that the council deems as significant and appropriate. And so you have that ability. Now the developer, you know, has obviously comments to talk about that, and they may think that, no, that's not acceptable, we won't go with the project if that condition is in it. Like I've always said, this is balancing. It's you know, you can't get everything you want. It's as unfortunate, but it's as simple as that. And it's a question of what's the greater good here? What's the more value for the community? And I can't tell you that. You were elected to make those decisions. And I can advise you, but I can't make that decision for you. And unfortunately, I don't have those planning tools to make it easy, you know, because every single planning project like this is a balancing act. This is big. I don't care what city you're talking about. This is a big project, and it has a lot of impact on a community.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
If I may. I think I think that everyone here agrees that we need housing. That is not, the biggest issue here. And I think, Mr. Mayor, I think you said something that can be done. You did mention it's like, what is it that we need to do to get this approved? But I think we're looking at this in the other way around. Instead of getting it approved and then later come back and meet with the developers and come back with the city and say, well, now this is what we can agree with. Instead, we should meet with them or have the city meet with them and agree or come up with an agreement that would work for all parties involved, and then bring it back and then approve it, because we cannot approve something now and hoping that, that miracles will happen. We need to create those miracles, solve those problems, and then approve it, because, I would not feel comfortable approving something that is incomplete or that I still have questions for. And from what I've seen, other people in the council still have those same questions. So, I would feel more comfortable having that meeting, having those conversations, and coming back to us for another consideration. And if I just may mention again, the affordable housing, affordable rents, market value, yes, I still haven't, they're still on my list. And I'm a numbers person, and I can project, I can plan, I can think ahead, but I cannot think ahead of what is, are we going to be able to offer something that the people can afford, not just, well, it's here, now you got to pay this amount of money, So I would feel more comfortable even, coming back with some rough estimate, I'm not saying exactly to the penny, but, having an idea on what that affordable market rate is going to be, even if it's based on today's market rate, today's market rate is this, for this, and this, and that. What's it going to be like in a year, 2 years? Well, we can, at least have a foundation, a base, so we can forecast what it is going to be like in a year or 2 years. But at least we have something to compare it to. Thank you.
You can absolutely continue this and continue discussions with the developers to try to address needs. I mean, they've heard it all here as well. And so if you choose, that is one of your options, is to send it, continue, so that they can look at it and reevaluate given what the community has said and what your concerns are. And then we can meet at a staff level. The interim city manager can chair those meetings. And I think I see her smiling. And because I'm not going to be around that much longer. And so I don't want you to put a solution on me personally, because in a month or two, I'm not going to be here. I'm going to be retired. And whether that's J.B. Anderson and their group, maybe they have some ideas and experience that I don't. And so there is good reason to consider continuing this, to give the developer a chance to digest the comments and to think about things, to get a chance. I'm hopeful that in a couple of weeks, some representative from J.B. Anderson will come in and I can start letting them know what's happening for transition purposes. And this could be one of those things that, they may have some experience that I don't. I have more years of experience than John Anderson, but that doesn't mean our experiences are the same. And so he may have ran into this issue in a place where I haven't run into it. So that's an option that you guys have as well.
Thank you, Randy.
Yeah, I got a little quick question for the builder.
Go ahead.
I know you guys mentioned that you guys gonna go underground with the canal. I know with agriculture, you only have a small window. Would that make a difference? Would that delay your project if you miss that window of the canal? Because I know they only shut the canal for like a few months out of the year.
I'm glad you brought that up. That's a key point, because we've got the plans ready to get approved. We've been working those for several months for those on the canal plans, assuming that we were going to get through this with you people, because we do have a short window. We can basically start here in in about a month, and we have a short time to get that built. If we miss that window, then we've lost a full year. There's nothing we can do, because that has to be one of the first items of work before we do anything else. So the plans are prepared, they're ready to be signed at MID. So the land will impact this project tremendously. I'd love to give you an answer on, I'm moving over here, on what these rents are. If we knew that, we'd give it to you. It's not like we're hiding a number. We're gonna have to go out to bid on all these items, finish designing the plans for the project if it gets approved. Go out and see what it's going to cost to build this first phase. Those are the factors that are going to determine what these rents are going to be. So more we put in there, we know the rents go up. There's no question about it. It's just like anybody's household budget. So all these items are sensitive. We'd like to give everything. We'd like to give the fire department a check for $1 million here if we could. But I mean, it's got to be something that works for the project. And we'll work with the city as best we can to solve your issues, because your issues are our issues. Like I say, I live here. So I'm concerned too. But I see that this project, when it's all built out, it's going to bring $313,000 a year to the city that you're not getting now. You think that kind of money is what you need to fix some of these problems that you have. If the problem doesn't go, you don't get that money, so you still have the problem. So you need to have sources of income coming in to solve these problems that you do have. That's the best recourse. Reducing the project down, if it doesn't reduce the costs, again, the rents have to go up, or we can't bring them down to where we'd like to have them. But, I don't know what else. I think delaying this project hurts us all, and the canal is a big issue. They'll definitely delay it a full year. Thank you.
I would like to hear from the rest of the council. What are your thoughts in regards to this?
I'm just saying that Randy had stated that everything in this proposal is meaningful, but I'm thinking, is it realistic and is it responsible? And from where I see, we're not meeting of course you want it to meet the needs of your project, but we also want to protect our citizens and the safety, overall safety of Livingston, and that includes starting out with our fire department and the safety of any resident that would come out to a housing unit as large as the one that you're presenting to us. So, in your first phase, maybe you ought to build a fire department. I think that would solve a lot. But again, with that condition, number 12, again, if that can be quantified into such needs that the city needs based on what you've heard in regards to equipment, personnel, emergency services, even reevaluating traffic, I know that it was stated about the traffic study, that's not what it was about. Again, we all live here, including yourself, we live here. It's not about the conveniences or anything else like that, but we do travel these routes. There are alternate routes, and then again, we are facing congestion issues in all directions, and it'll impact out towards Lincoln and Magnolia as in disrupting some of the agriculture that we have, especially in harvest. We're going to get behind some traffic, tractors. So again, when I think of that, is it realistic and is it responsible? And there are no guarantees on either of that when I hear it coming in regards to what can be provided from this project and how it's going to be developed.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Garcia. Go ahead.
I have a question for the attorney. So let's kind of create a movie here real quick. So let's say that this project is approved, this project gets built, and we have those 3-story buildings, and there's a fire, there's an emergency, and God forbid something happens and someone gets killed in the fire. Can they come back and sue the city and say, well, you guys approved something that you guys were not equipped or prepared to deal with, and it's been 2 years or whatever, because we haven't even talked about, I mean, yes, we have hopes of building a fire station and all that, but getting something like this done doesn't mean it's going to happen. But can they come back and can that family or whatever come back and sue the city?
Well, they can sue, but under the law as it stands today, I do not believe the city would be liable.
Councilmember Kang, you have any comments? Would you guys be okay if we continue it to our very next meeting to have a discussion? Would that delay things? I know you said like a month, but you guys would be okay with continuing for a couple of weeks?
I mean, I'm okay with 2 weeks, even that, just to have that opportunity for the city of Vanessa to have that conversation with the builders and just kind of get more information. I mean, if that can be done within 2 weeks, I would feel more comfortable, especially with the project I'm looking at safety. I'm just looking, I mean, that's the biggest thing right now, maybe tonight we can go to sleep and wake up and say, you know what, we thought of this, let's just get it done, This is what helps solve the problem, but right now, we don't seem to have that solution to help this project, at least for me. I would feel more comfortable at least 2 weeks and give it a try again.
What do you guys think? Council? What are your thoughts?
Well, like I said, I know the canal's a big issue. If they miss that window, it's going to be a 1-year delay. That's something we really need to consider.
But we're talking about 2 weeks. I think you mentioned a month.
Well, we do have the special meeting with Rec. Maybe we could bring it that day, another week.
Recreation meeting is on Thursday,
Gotcha,
and
gotcha,
there's
gotcha.
a conference, League of City Conference going on as well.
You're talking about next week.
No, but aren't we supposed to have a special one next week? Because they want to.
Possibility, it's not.
Possibility.
It's
So
not. It's not.
if it is, maybe we could bring it back that day?
Would that give, I know there's a conference this week. I don't, would that be enough time, Vanessa? To meet maybe early next week,
Potentially.
potentially? What do you guys think
Just
about?
for informational
Yes.
purposes, the exactly 1 week planning commission meeting, so that this room is taken. We've already had the notices mailed and published.
what do you guys think about continuing for a couple more weeks? Mayor Pro Tem Garcia?
If we do it for 2 weeks, how back would that delay your, with MID and stuff? Well, because I know there's a time frame like Councilmember Kang stated about the canal.
Well, if we know specifically what we want to discuss in these 2 weeks, but I mean, I'm a little bit vague here on what are we supposed to come back with in 2 weeks. I mean, these problems don't sound like they go away. If there are problems that the city doesn't know how they're going to man a fire department in the future, all I can say is we're providing all the fees that we can to help you solve those problems, but I don't know what else you want to get, what else we're going to discuss in those 2 weeks. If we have specific things we can address, I'm all for it and knock those off. But if we're just going to talk in general terms, how are we going to solve this issue? I don't know if 2 weeks is going to help us. Unless you know, am I misreading something? That's.
No, I just say the 2 week time frame. I'm not sure what the mayor and the other council wanted to go over with Vanessa.
I think it's just to have a discussion regarding the concerns we have with, fire. What's the possibility of getting that assistance from you guys, or any ideas, and how to address those concerns and make sure we are documenting that and the approval.
Because, I mean, we'll be designing everything to the state standards, county standards, providing sprinkler systems in the buildings if, what those are required. We'll have to meet all the codes and requirements. Like I say, 2 weeks goes by real fast, but if we're going to sit down and just, address, just, it's up to you. It's the 2 weeks. I'm just saying we can live with the 2 weeks, but I would hope that we'd have specific items that we want to address in those 2 weeks.
Councilmember Maria, what are your thoughts?
Just to throw it out there, I'm gone in 2 weeks.
My thoughts on that, again, I think 2 weeks, it does go by fast, and I believe what I'm understanding is that they need specifics, because if we're going to speak in 2 weeks on the same thing that's taking place now, we're wasting time. We want to address what we really want this project to bring to us and to our community, and I think some of those wants address our safety of the children that are going to be in that area, our schools right in that area, and fire. So what we really want to ask is, are you going to provide that? And just straightforward, because if there's no guarantee to bring a project with 480 units, approximately 1,200 more people into our community, more traffic, more parking. Again, we want to look at this. It's great that you want to come and develop in Livingston, but at this point, it doesn't feel like it would meet what we need it to meet in that specific area and at this particular time, without us being ready to provide our citizens with the services that they deserve. And that would be more access, more equipment, more personnel for fire to keep our citizens safe in there, because again, Mr. Flores already shared with us, Mr. Bates already shared with us, Mayor has shared with us in regards to our staffing. One call out, we wouldn't be able to serve anybody over there in that area. again, we're really short-staffed, and foreseeing that in the future, we're really putting our city and our citizens in jeopardy. So I think would be irresponsible. So bringing this out 2 more weeks to discuss the same thing without any real guarantees, 2 weeks isn't going to matter.
So is the developer willing to help out, put something in writing tonight in regards to addressing some of those needs?
Mayor, if I may, I believe Randy did mention that he was going to add the same language that it was added to the previous proposal to the conditions of approval. And
If you want,
there
yes.
was a nod from Mr. Sangera that was one condition that he was okay agreeing to. And then if I may ask a question, Randy, when we have this kind of development, do we collect development impact fees for?
Yes, yes.
So
There
no-
are 2 levels of fees that will be collected. There will be,
I think your microphone might be off, maybe.
I'm just too far from it, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
no worries.
There are 2 levels of fees. One, all of the city's impact fees would be collected, and those are one-time fees, and they're fees that go for capital improvements. And some of them are fire fees.
Right.
As well as police fees. And then there is the Community Facility District, which is an ongoing annual fee. And so those are the 2 types of fees that this project, and indeed all projects in the city, are subject to.
Thank you, Randy. And just to clarify, from a finance perspective, when development comes to town, we do have that set of fees initially for the developers, which are the development impact fees, which are charged to those developments in order to mitigate the extra services that
the impacts.
the new population will be
Yes.
bringing over to the city. So we are requiring every single developer to pay for these fees to mitigate those services. Now, you, from a finance perspective as well, you can only charge a developer the amount that it's equitable for the impacts that they're going to bring to the city. So we need to be careful to not
Yes.
over charge or request over the mitigation of this impact. And what Randy said, the CFD, on the other hand, it's a maintenance fee or assessment that it's brought over every single year in the property tax roll. So this is just to help for ongoing maintenance, while the development impact fee will help for capital improvements. Fire is part of it, and
Not so much capital improvements. The CFD are for operating costs.
no, I'm talking about the development impact fee.
Oh, yes.
Yes, yeah,
Yes.
that's capital improvement. CFD, it's operating maintenance
Yes.
costs ongoing. I believe that the 2017 CFD, it's set for perpetuity, so it doesn't have a sunset. So this is money that you are going to be collecting for the life of this project.
Yes. And just to muddy the waters more, the CEQA impacts are part of the project as well. And those are the road widenings, the sewer improvements specifically associated with this project. There's that level of impacts, and those are documented in the CEQA document. So, yeah, there are 3 levels of impact fees that they have to deal with, and that we have to, and they're all justified,
Right.
and they're all legally allowed, and we've had documentation for all of them, and they're not pulled out of the air, they're not random. We don't have that ability just to pick a number that we like.
Thank you, Randy. You have a question? Comment?
Yes, I have a couple of comments. $500,000. The year my son went to Cal Poly, there was a frat party. A freshman went to the frat party. He got drunk. $500,000 was a civil liability lawsuit against another student. We have criminal charges and we have civil charges that can be sued. Nobody knows the way a court will go in a civil lawsuit. Can't be said. But we have public record of firemen coming before you and saying as clear as possible, if you go 3 stories, we can't do the fire protection that we have with the equipment we have right now. They said an elevator, I was mistaken. I thought an elevator would work in emergencies. They said, no, that's your comments, but that's not the fire department's comments. Okay, I learned something tonight. An elevator won't work. What I keep hearing is $300,000 and these other fees. What is the cost of a person's life? We take a person's life, and let's say they're 20 years old. How much money will that person potentially make until they're 65? That is just one way of looking at the financial impact of a person's life. We take a stay-at-home mom. How much would it take to recover the costs of caring for her children for 20 years or 18 years? What value, what dollar sign is this city council going to put on a person's life? The firemen are not coming here and saying, we don't like the apartments. They're saying, this apartment we can't cover. Then they're saying everyone's insurance rates in the city are going up. So everybody's going to have to pay for this project. I understand a little bit about fire insurance because I have relatives that live where there's trees. Many people, homeowners, fire insurance is being canceled. And the ones that aren't being canceled have to document all of these things. Don't approve a project on the basis of we're going to get money. That's what it prostitutes our city. We have an obligation. There is a public trust that's been entrusted to every one of you sitting up there, that when someone moves into this building, it is safe. And if they have an emergency, emergency services can reach them. That is what we call the public trust. Please do not violate it. We've seen public trust violated on the national level. We've seen public trust, with Afghanistan, it's just heartbreaking. We see public trust violated on our state level. Please don't violate public trust. I get you guys don't really worry about the agricultural land. Okay, I get that. That's my issue, my concern. What if a child, we have recently, in the month of, just a couple weeks ago, a child was riding his bike to school and he got hit by a car. He had to be airlifted. It's sad. A child died going to Yamata Colony, crossing the road. It was when my daughter, I think, was in 3rd grade. It's sad. It's heartbreaking. When I come before you, I'm not trying to be a pain. I'm trying to say, look, care about us. Care about the citizens. Please don't violate the public trust. In all due respect to the attorney, we don't know the way a judge or a jury will go these days. I'm amazed at the way some of the rulings are going. Thank you.
Thank you.
If my figures are correct, we have spent well over 2 hours on this topic, and a lot of it having to do with safety, and particularly fire safety. And I think we wouldn't be in such a position if the county wasn't getting every single penny of the property taxes people pay for fire service. Let that sink in. Every single penny that you pay on your property tax bill for fire is going to the county. And I remember seeing a slide about that where it showed the hundreds of thousands, if not over a million or so, of property taxes for fire that have gone to the county and continue to go to the county. With that money, if we were getting really our true fair share of our own property taxes for fire, we probably wouldn't be having this long discussion. We'd probably have enough to get our own fire truck and the personnel to staff it and for the training for that person. Heck, we might even be able to start working on plans to build a new fire department. But the county is getting every single penny of everyone's property tax for fire service. And we need to do what we need to do to claw that back so that we're getting the benefit of the money that is going to the county. That's the long-term solution. And until that happens, we're just going to be hitting this brick wall over and over again.
Okay, council, what are your wishes? What are your any motions, continuation?
So I would move to continue this item for 2 weeks. But then again, as Councilwoman Maria said earlier, I mentioned earlier, if nothing really changes from what we have here today, nothing's going to change in 2 weeks. And like I said, my main concern, I mean, we're looking like to consent to approve everything that is being asked here for, including the mitigation costs for the Swanson Hawk, which I wasn't too happy about, but okay. I mean, I can meet somewhere in the middle. The traffic study, I wasn't too happy about, but okay, we can meet in the middle somewhere. Something that I had not thought about was the sound barrier, around that residence, but, for the greater good, okay, so I can work with that. But something that I just don't feel comfortable working around, either today or in 2 weeks, it's that idea of a 3-story building with no safety equipment to be able to rescue anyone on the third floor. If that doesn't change in 2 weeks, it's still not making me comfortable moving forward. And I can only speak for myself. But at this moment, I would motion to continue this item in 2 weeks from today.
We have a motion to continue 2 weeks.
Excuse me, Mayor Calvin, technically that's to continue the public hearing.
Continue the public hearing. You're okay with that change?
Yes.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Jose Moran. Do we have a second for that continuation?
I'll second.
A second by Councilwoman Maria Soto.
Please cast your votes. Motion approved by a vote of 3, 1 no, and 1 abstain.
Can you disclose thank you.
And just for the record, it's past midnight, so it would be less than 2 weeks. thank you. We have 3 more items to go. Item number 5, 12, and 13, which are number 5 is the second reading and adoption of ordinance. The City Council, City of Livingston, establishing new rates for solid waste or garbage service. And then 12, ordinance of City Council of City of Livingston adopting new rate schedule for water service. And 13, resolution ordinance of City Council of City of Livingston adopting new rate scheduling for domestic wastewater service, sewer service.
Mayor, council members, this is the presentation for the continued item for the public hearing for the rate study for water, sewer, and the second reading that it was second reading of the ordinance for garbage services that it was pulled out of the consent item number 5.
Thank you. Are you wanting to go through the whole? Is this a long?
No, it's not long. Okay. Just really quick, the rate study, the purpose is to make sure that the city is collecting sufficient funds to operate the services. In this case, we go through the rate study to ensure that sufficient dollars are collected in order to provide for the operations and maintenance, capital improvements, any debt service that our enterprise funds may have, and to ensure that we have some prudent reserves in order to mitigate any emergency situations within our enterprise funds. As you may have seen, the rate study findings for water, sewer, and solid waste. I'm sorry.
Excuse me, can I make my public comments for the wastewater, and then I want to go home?
Considering the time, go ahead.
Thank you. I know that I'm out of order, and I appreciate the consideration. In 2002, there was an upgrade they were looking at an upgrade for the wastewater treatment plant. An EIR had to be done. So the City of Livingston, on its negative declaration to its upgrade, looked at alternative 4, which required obtaining 40 acres of land adjacent to the existing facility. This alternative was chosen over constructing the domestic wastewater treatment plant at a site away from the Merced River. The reason alternative 4 was chosen was because the cost of land in the engineering report was being estimated at $6,000 an acre, but the cost of the land was being negotiated. 40 acres at $6,000 per acre would be cheaper than the cost of obtaining a large amount of land. And they were saying they would have to have a larger facility because they were just adding on to an existing facility. After the EIR was approved and alternative 4 was chosen, the Joseph Mike Gallo family and the city negotiated a price of $25,000 per acre back in 2002. So instead of the cost of the land and the upgrading costing $240,000, the city pays $1 million. If the engineering report was correct and $6,000 was a reasonable estimate for land prices, the City of Livingston could have purchased over 100 acres of land at a site away from Merced River and still been $400,000 ahead. So due to the City of Livingston's negotiating actions, the city negated the reason for upgrading with the land expansion near the Merced River. Guys, you're looking at your wastewater rates, And part of your problem is because of that very poor decision that they went ahead and approved an EIR before everything was hammered out with the Joseph and Mike Gallo family. They were stuck. They should have gotten the land for $6,000. Turns out, well, they had the city over a barrel, and they were charged $25,000 an acre. And that is found in your negative deck. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Vanessa. Sorry.
The rate study findings, as previously shared, it's the findings of our rate study shows that the water, the sewer, and the solid waste fees need to be increased over time, over the period of the 5 year that the rate study is looking forward to. And each one of this, as you can see in the charts, our current rate. Continue. Our current rate of $28 in water would increase to $32. Sewer would be increasing to $46 and solid waste to $27.95.
Sorry, Vanessa, can I cut you off for a minute?
Go ahead.
So I'd just like to apologize. I got to get going. I got dive training at 4 o'clock in the morning, or 3 hours.
Thank you.
Thank you. The rate study findings, looking at combined bills, we're looking at a monthly payment of all three services combined of $98.51 currently. It would be increasing in 2021 to $105.95, $110 for 2022, and all the way to $125 in 2025. Also, from the rate study, a comparison between what we're paying as far as City of Livingston, the rate, you can see us at the very, at the lowest rate out of the cities around the area, followed by Escalon, and within the adoption of a new rate as of August 2021, or in this case, it would be October now, we are looking at being the second cheapest, and I believe also by the time when we were going through this study, the city of Escalon was also looking into increasing the water rate as well. Very quickly, a rate study timeline. This is an effort that goes back to December 2019. We were presented with a draft rate study, and the council approved the Prop 218 process to be started. Back in January 2020, the rate study workshops took place to conduct outreach to the public. And in March of 2020, due to the emergency efforts from the response from the pandemic, the Prop 218 hearings were also postponed. In June of 2021, the rate study report was updated, and the Proposition 218 was brought forward, and we started the process again. We brought it to a public hearing on June 15 of 2021, and it has been postponed till September. Until today, September 2021. We have a public hearing continuation. So I'm incorporating this timeline because this rate study, it's been an effort that it's been happening, and it feels that it's taken place for the past 2 years. However, I do want to bring up to your attention some additional information regarding this rate study. One of them, it's the SB 1383, which is Senate Bill 1383 for organic waste disposal. There is a quick timeline when this regulation was adopted. And if you see as of January 1st, 2022, that's when the regulations will take place or will take effect, and the state will start enforcing those regulations. At the time when we were building this rate study back in 2019, we were not aware of any of the impact of the organic rate study. As a matter of fact, our rate study currently, it only incorporates administrative cost of SB 1383 because back in 2 years ago, the solid waste contractor had provided information to the city that a new organic fee was not required in order to accommodate the implementation of SB 83. That information has changed, and we have been informed that a new organics fee will be needed in order for the contractor to be able to accommodate the impacts and and everything that needs to be enforced on SB 1383. Something else that has come forth is SB 606, which is the water management planning or the drought response from the state of California. This was passed into law in 2018, and it is supposed to take effect as of November 2023, where water suppliers are required to calculate and report actual water usage. There are some tiers that have been that are part of the SB 606, and those tiers set indoor water usage standards for our residents. By no means the law says you cannot use above that the budget gallons of water or your allocation, but at the same time, this is a measure that it is in place in order to promote water conservation in the state. So with that said, the benchmark that the state is setting for each person is 55 gallons per day. So if a quick example, in a family of 4, 55 gallons a day for 30 days, it would account for about 6,600 gallons of monthly consumption. Our rate study holds a water allocation of 25,000 gallons per month per resident or per account holder, which it's completely, it is a contradiction of SB 606 for water management planning. This is something that it will take effect in, like I said, November 2023, and by January 2025, it is expected that this budget allocations for gallons per person will be fully implemented. Hand in hand with the 25,000 gallon base allocation, part of the rate study, it says that we are to allocate or that we are to charge a rate that is fair and equitable for all residents. What you see here, it's a quick graph or image that currently we have a 25,000 gallon allocation for all residential customers, and if you see household A, it may be a household of 2 people where they may have monthly usage of 5,000 gallons, and yet they still pay $28 for their water service. And where you can see household B, they probably consume 25,000 gallons a month, a lot more than household A, and they still pay $28. per month for their water usage. So when you take into account that both households are, well, one household is consuming less water than the other, but yet they're paying the same monthly rate, we're looking at putting a rate forward that it's not quite fair and equitable to all residents. We do have a lot of residents that could be a household A family of two, maybe a retired couple that may not have so much water usage, but yet they have to still pay as if they are using 25,000 gallons a month. With that said, tonight you are holding a public hearing as a continuation of the June 15th public hearing for rate studies. The options that you have, that you can make, you can, council, you can adopt the 2021 rate study as presented. We could adopt the 2021 rate study as presented and provide direction to staff to incorporate, one, the organics waste fee, that it's an additional fee, that it's not part of the rate study today, and some water management planning efforts from SB 606, which would incorporate a fair and equitable rate for residential customers and the removal of the water monthly base allocation. We can look into that. And, or option 3, it would be to provide direction to staff to incorporate the findings listed and bring a revised study.
Thank you, Vanessa, for the presentation. Council, any questions at this time? Just real quick, in regards to bringing back, so there's two concerns. Obviously, we didn't incorporate the organic waste fee, SB 1383, into the study. And then obviously, SB 606, if we were to have the consultant incorporate those things, have you touch bases with a consultant? And
yes, the consultant was going to join us tonight, but she is on an out-of-country flight to come back to the United States. She did share with me that moving forward with incorporating the organics waste fee and looking into the water management planning efforts, SB 606, the efforts would be a continuation of her report that she could do it, and she does have, she has a budget, unused budget that she could use for this efforts. So right now it's within the budgeted amount that has been approved for the revision.
Thank you, Vanessa. Questions, council?
So I'm a little confused now.
Yes.
It's just so you have three different options, right?
Correct.
Okay. So option 1 is just adopt the study rate as presented. Option 2, adopt the study rate as presented, and then come back later with additional information in regards to SB 1383 and SB 606. But we wouldn't have to go back into the study rate anymore. We would just be adding.
Well, both fees, if we were to do option 2 or option 3, when we present the revision of the fees, we would have to go through a Prop 218 because there would be new fees.
Okay, and so that means that we will continue to hold on not collecting fees, new fees, right?
That's correct.
Until probably next year? Probably.
I'll have to check with the consultant how quick she can have this
Yeah, so.
is incorporated.
Yeah, so that is another concern for me because we've been holding off on not collecting fees for months, which right now roughly it's a little bit over 30,000 a month that we're not collecting. So if you multiply that, I mean, I'm just doing numbers. If we multiply that times 6 months, that's already close to $200,000 that the city could have collected, but we haven't. And I'm sure we could have done a lot of things with $200,000. So that is another thing that I'm considering at this point. You know, when considering those options, how much longer do we have to wait if we decide to wait? Or could we adopt it, start collecting, and then later when we bring back that additional information in regards to SB 1383, whatever those numbers are going to be, we can, I don't know what the word is, but add to it or you know, change it or whatever it is. But at least we're collecting something in the meantime. We're not just not losing money again. I'm just looking at numbers, and I'm sure we need money to pay the bills.
Council, any other comments? What are your thoughts? Councilmember King, comments?
No comments.
Councilmember Maria
So
Soto?
2 and 3, can you differentiate what is between the two, please?
Absolutely. Between 2 and 3, exactly what Councilmember Moran just mentioned, we would start collecting the new rates in October when this, if we were to approve this, not in October, actually November, because we have to go through like the 30-day period in the second reading. So it would be November, and you would give direction to staff to go out and talk to the consultant and have a revision to the fee to incorporate organic waste and to incorporate the water management efforts from SB 606. If you're looking at option number 3, where council provides direction to staff to incorporate the findings into a revised study, we would not collect any new fees until we bring this back to you.
Go ahead.
Can I make a motion right now? Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
In regards to, I'm just trying to picture how it would look for the second option. So, like incorporating, so we just re-establish a different fee with these new findings and readjust as we go, right? I mean,
Yes, that's correct.
go ahead.
Go ahead.
I just say you'd have to do a new 218, and then conceivably, so you would add the organics waste fee.
That's correct.
And then if you do a fair and equitable rate versus, so then the other major rate would change. Those rates would most likely change.
Potentially.
And I think that's the difference between 2 and 3. Another way to say the difference between 2 and 3.
So just for clarification, which one is the one where we can start collecting ASAP and then come back and do the revision? Option 2, right?
Correct.
Okay, just thank you.
All right, so we'll take it out. Any other further questions, comments at this time? No? Okay, we'll take it out for public comment.
Okay. According to my understanding, since I was at a utility rate stakeholders committee meeting when a representative from the water board gave a presentation to those present, and the timeline that was presented at that time we have missed our deadline for compliance with the state for TCP. Our wells are over the maximum contaminant level for TCP. The total cost for fixing our water issues is about $24 million, with $17 million of that being borrowed from the state, because the mere 5.5 million or so, off the top of my head, that we have in the TCP settlement fund will not cover it all. Now, what I want to know is what the city is going to be doing to keep the state off of our back if this gets extended for another significant period of time. My understanding is we've already tried to apply for an extension on the compliance with the state for the TCP, but what I don't know, because it has not been disclosed, if what the state's response has been. I'm also concerned about what will be happening to our reserves in the water and wastewater, given our bond covenants. So what I want to know is, how are we going to keep the state off of our back? And how are we going to be able to continue to borrow from the state revolving loan fund if we don't get our act together and get this done?
Thank you, Catherine. Mayor, council member, we haven't received so far any response from the state in regards to the TCP deadline or any kind of information. Also, the consultant shared with me that the rate study right now, as it stands, revised, because she did a complete overhaul of the study back in, this year that we presented to, we brought back to council in June 2021. It's that we can go through this process, and this study could be as good as January of 2022, and it wouldn't jeopardize any of the collections or the loan contingencies that we have at the moment.
Thank you. Any other comment by the public? Okay, we'll bring it back to council. Any other comments, council? Questions? In regards to myself, just want to state, I know it's a long time coming. Other councils had the opportunity to address this, and nobody took action on this. And I think that we're at a time where it's obviously necessary and needed. Nobody wants to raise fees, utility fees, but it's needed to continue on with our operations. The increased fees obviously are going to be addressing operational costs, correct, Vanessa?
That is correct.
Okay. It's very important, obviously, that we incorporate the organics waste fee, SB 1383, and SB 606. I do believe that that's necessary and obviously needed. So, there's two options there. So, council, what are your wishes, comments, or motions?
I motion to approve that we adopt the 2021 rate study as presented and provide direction to staff to incorporate both the SB 1383, SB 606.
We have a motion.
I'll second that.
We have a motion by Councilwoman Maria, and we have a second by...
I have a question. There's 3 items, so which one are we voting on?
Yes, you're right. So we had to take one item at a time, is that correct? So we'll go with item number 5.
And
so if it's specific to this item number 5, any motions?
So I'll second that once Councilwoman Maria. So we have to repeat the motion, right? And be specific to item number 5.
Yeah, you had, so it'll be the second reading.
Yes.
Maria, you want to make that motion?
I make the motion to approve the second reading and adoption of ordinance of the City Council of the City of Livingston establishing new rates for solid waste service fee continued from August 17th, 2021 City Council meeting.
We have a motion by Councilwoman Maria Soto.
I'll second.
A second by Councilman Jose Moran.
Please cast your votes. Motion approved. Motion approved by a vote of 4-0.
All right, so you have to take item number 12 next.
Item number 12, it's for the water service. And again,
Is this same
we have
presentation?
three
Yeah.
options.
So it's the same thing, right? It's the 3 options?
Yes.
Okay. So, could we, you want to put those, you guys want to see the options? Can you put the options up there or not? There you go.
Before we make a motion, so I just want to double check and so this, nothing has changed on this particular from the previous,
That is correct.
okay. I move to approve.
The motion,
Option number 2, council adopts a 2021 rate study as presented. It provides direction to staff to incorporate SB 1383 and SB 606.
a motion by Councilmember Jose Moran.
I got a quick question.
hold on. Yeah.
Quick question. So you know how if we go for that, for 1,000 gallons, would the rate actually drop for certain residents, for single-family residents?
Our consultant will be able to share that, what would be the impact.
So we won't know, so as of right now, we don't know what that'd be?
I wouldn't know
Okay.
what the impact is. But also, I did want to share too that the rate study, it's presented to you. We have an alternative scenario using ARP funds for water and for sewer. So please keep in mind that if you do want to allocate some of that funding to
Water and sewer.
to the water and sewer, it is part of the report.
So during the motion, we would have to express that.
Yes. It is under alternative scenario where you would allocate for water about $2 million for well 12. And for sewer, it's about $322,000 for some lift. I want to call it the gate lift, but it's $122,000 for the disc and ripper tractor.
That is on page 3. page 3. So we have to include in the motion, I mean, it's already here. I mean, there's a $2.0 million and the 222,525 for the.
We have to be specific.
For sewer, yes.
For sewer.
So if you're included in the motion, if you can include it, also allocating those funds in order for us to have that direction and set it aside.
So yes, I move to approve, including the $2.0 million for well number 12, conveyance and treatment, as stated in.
That's all in addition to adopting the ordinance.
Yes, in addition to adopting the ordinance.
And then are you also going to incorporate?
Yes, the providing direction to incorporate SB 1383 and SB 606.
We have a motion by Councilmember Jose Moran.
I'll second it.
We have a second by Councilwoman Maria Soto.
Please cast your votes. Motion approved by a vote of 4-0.
We have item number 13 left, which is specific to wastewater sewer service. And this is also, we're going to be able to incorporate some of the ARP
That's correct.
funding, correct?
Yes, that's correct. It is part of page 3, $222,000, $222,525 for disc and ripper tractor equipment.
Can we look at those options again, Monica? Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. All right, Council.
I move to approve a resolution and ordinance of the City Council of the City of Livingston establishing new rates for wastewater service, continue from August 17, 2021, council meeting, and to incorporate the ARP funds in the amount of $222,525 as stated.
We have a motion by Councilmember Jose Moran.
I'll second it.
We have a second by Councilwoman Maria Soto.
Please cast your votes. Motion approved by a vote of 4-0.
Thank you, Monica. Council direction on future agenda items.
Give me 1 second. Just double check. None at this time.
Okay, so at this moment, we're going to go ahead and adjourn our council meeting at 12:15. Oh, we're going to go in, we're adjourning our regular council meeting, but we're going to be going into closed session. It's 12:59 a.m.